Alrighty, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to rock and roll. News 6 meteorologist David Nazario live from the studio as promised. For those of you who found me over on my YouTube channel the last couple of days covering down Hurricane Milton, a very quickly evolving situation out there over the southwest Gulf of Mexico. The system is still nestled into the Bay of Campeche currently. Working to pull up a couple of last minute graphics for you before we fully rock and roll with the latest information. Lots to pass along to you. Like I said, we've had lots of up and comings as soon as we woke up this morning. Been up for the last several hours now getting all the information dialed in for everybody. And we're still kind of adapting on the fly, as is National Hurricane Center. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and take you on over to the satellite. So, here is where we stand with Milton right now. And truthfully, I know this has been bouncing around social media for a couple hours now. I'm finally seeing others picking up what we're putting down. Who decided to more or less copy and paste old Hurricane Charlie to the Gulf of Mexico this October 7th, 2024. This is incredibly reminiscent of what we saw back in the day for us native Floridians with the 2004 hurricane season. I can loop the satellite shot for you. Pinhole eye, tiny pinhole eye, and it looks like we are just beginning what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, where these features will rapidly intensify, strengthen significantly over such a small window of time. This thing more or less exploded when we went to bed yesterday. I believe on the Weather Center, we killed the stream at approximately 9 o'clock, and this system was still a low-end Category 1. Immediately blew up some thunderstorm activity right along its center of circulation. You can see that eye right here, plain as day, just cranking out there, getting closer to the Yucatan. We have seen a little bit of treading down towards the east-southeast as opposed to an eastward track. Still holding to see whether or not this has any influence on its overall strength or its intensification. It looks like we may be entering what looks to be that eye wall replacement cycle, which might be good news in terms of whether or not this system will continue to just bomb out the way that it has. I'm also looking above what I'm showing you all on the stream currently, looking at the visible satellite as the sun comes up on this one-day morning for us across the southeast United States. And it does, in fact, look like convection is still very good around that eye wall core. I wish I could pull up a radar shot for you guys as well to show you just how tightly wound, how consolidated this system is. So National Hurricane Center is anticipating this is going to come very close to the northern tip of the Yucatan. It might dodge the island feature just to the immediate north of the Yucatan Peninsula before finally feeling the effects of a trough axis, a trough that's dug in over the southeast United States, as well as a surface cold front, which more or less just outlines higher pressure and a change in our low-level air mass, if you will, draped across the eastern half of the United States. That's what's going to be driving Milton off towards the east and eventually the east-northeast. Let's continue on with the show. So with that being said, I'm going to take you over to the current radar. I want to show you guys what is going on out there right now, because we have had what has been called, acronym anyways, a PRE, a preliminary or a precursor rain event, however you want to call it. Being a military service member, I'm not a big fan of acronyms. I've just been inundated with acronyms for the last 10 plus years of my life. So I'm just going to call it, this is our early rain showers coming through Florida. Was on the road this morning on I-4, headed up to the studio, and it was just on and off rain pretty much the entire drive, the whopping hour and a half commute that I had to make. I'm sure a lot of you out there, whether you be watching from the office, from at home, you will likely be venturing outside at some point today, wrapping up your preps before the arrival of Hurricane Milton sometime later in the day on Wednesday. So we still have about 48 hours. We're looking at live Doppler radar for our viewing area, and you can see not heavy rainfall. This is more or less what we were forecasting the last 12 to 24 hours. Yesterday was a lot of precursor stuff. I'll actually go ahead and very quickly switch the source here, because I have a satellite pulled up above me that I'd like to also help to highlight a little bit of what we're looking at as well. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and change this up real quick. Close that down. And let's take you in for the satellite loop very quickly. All right, College of DuPage. Let's pull this up and in the way here. All right, it looks like we might be having just a small sliver of technical difficulties. It looks like I'm not picking up my screen share for some reason. So let me go ahead and switch you back over to the weather computer. Let's go back there. There we go. Perfect. Anyways, if you want to use your imagination from wherever it is you're tuning in from, all this rainfall that's over our area currently was actually what was initially highlighted by Hurricane Center as our potential area of interest that just might try to develop out there. Let's see here. Going to go ahead and merge the actual feed for you guys to see a close-up view. So some light rain near Winter Springs, Deltona, Orlando, Kissimmee. Also noticed on my drive in that there was some fog out there as well. It goes to show just how saturated we are across Central Florida. Whenever you see fog forming close to the ground, what that means, and especially when I use the term saturated, our temperature almost matches to the T what the dew point temperature is, how much water is actually in the environment all the way down at ground level where we can feel it, where we can see it. So definitely lots and lots of moisture out there for all of us through our viewing area, which is very impressive. It's not a positive thing, though, unfortunately. I know that typically we associate cloud cover with gloomy days, not a whole lot going on in the weather department. But in this case, it's not a good sign for a lot of us Central Floridians because what that's going to do is actually create a bit more of that groundwater saturation to where it's essentially just going to take all the rain that Milton drops and any more rain showers we get over the next day or two, and it's not going to have anywhere to go. It really is not going to have anywhere to go. And that's why a lot of our model data is indicating that we're probably going to see some pretty substantial flooding, particularly on the north side of this system. Let's see. Let's go a little further in time. I'll go ahead and take you through the future radar here using our cloud and rain model here brought to us by our internal weather computer at News 6. So let's go and step you through here. This is where we're starting the day now. You can see we are going to be expecting some lingering showers and storms as we go through much of the day today. I do think that this model is being just a little overzealous in terms of how much rainfall we're likely to receive over the next couple of days before leading up to Milton's arrival. That's just my opinion. It looks like we have a pretty decent amount of dry air coming in from the north associated with that frontal boundary already. But regardless, the song and dance is going to be particularly gloomy for most of us, at least throughout the day today, before we can kind of clear out tomorrow. If you watch, we get a little bit of a reprieve from the rainfall, maybe some lingering stuff across the shoreline until Milton finally starts to work its way in. What we're seeing at this point now, middle of the day tomorrow, is actually going to be some of that shear influencing the north side of this system. So that's what's also going to be affecting our rain chances here. The frontal system that's going to be more or less driving it up towards our neck of the woods is also going to be pulling some additional moisture and rainfall into our viewing area starting as early as the lunch hour tomorrow afternoon. Let's see. So I'll step you a little further in time and we'll start to take a look at exactly what's going on with Milton as it gets ready to make that crossover and start to approach landfall. So this is going to be our European model. I think the Euro, truthfully, is doing a much better job of highlighting this system and its associated potential track a little bit more so than the GFS. The GFS, the American model, has been a bit of an outlier, taking this a little bit further towards the north. I think the Euro, even though it is more or less under forecasting its full potential in terms of its actual strength. And when I say under forecasting, basically it's a little too weak. It's not initializing. The start of the model run does not represent what's actually happening in real life as adequately as some of our other models are. But that's neither here nor there. Let me step you through the loop ever so slightly so you can see that Milton is expected to continue a very close shave to the Yucatan. If you look, our center is just off the coastline of the Yucatan Peninsula. This could help us to an extent because we have such strong wind flow along the south side of the system, since it is heading in the easterly direction, we're going against the typical flow we see these tropical cyclones move. A lot of us are incredibly familiar with, the systems coming off of Africa, coming in from the east, moving west. In this case, it's more or less just going backwards. It's going against what we would typically see for the hurricane season, regardless of what time of year. So as a result, the stronger side of this system is going to be the east, the northeast, and particularly the south and southeast quadrant. That's going to be your right front quadrant. So that part of the storm, the dynamic portion of it, the most vigorous, if you want to put it that way, will be interacting with land. We'll have to see if this helps to disrupt the overall spin around its center. That could help us out, try to dissipate it a little bit. I'll take you a little further out in time. And as you can see, the European model really doesn't have a big vote of confidence. It will weaken very much. You can see the winds really ramping up on that leading edge. Notice on the east and northeast side of the system now, this is a little bit more reminiscent of what we're used to seeing, that northeast and east side right front quadrant as it's on approach for Tampa. And if you look at the surface wind speeds, we are already starting to see the winds down at ground level where we can feel them going up for Miami, for us here in the greater Orlando metro area. Tampa Bay will start to see their winds directly out of the east. So we're going to start with offshore flow as this system comes in. At this point in time, we will likely not see any kind of storm surge or any kind of coastal flooding, particularly for St. Petersburg and Tampa Bay. However, if you look down towards Fort Myers, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, and even further to the south of there, Cape Coral, you continue down the southwest corner of the peninsula, that's where you can see those southerly winds beginning to crank up on the extreme outer east periphery of the border of the east side of this system. That is likely when we will start to see our wave heights beginning to increase, the threat for coastal surge, a little bit of that onshore flooding start to take effect. This is 3 p.m. on Wednesday, by the way. I know you guys can't see the timestamp from where you are. I have it cut out of the screen. It's cropped out, but I'm looking at the actual data to my left-hand side. This is 3 in the afternoon on Wednesday, so still a little outside 48 hours from now, which means we have plenty of time to finish up our preps, finish up any flood prevention measures we're going to be taking for our assets and property, and making sure we bring all of our objects in that may become, unfortunately, projectiles in a high wind event like this indoors. We'll go just a little further out. We're going to go to very early Thursday morning. So this is rare-abouts sunrise on Thursday. There is still the potential this comes in sooner. Our hurricane models, which I'll show you here momentarily, are trying to take this in a little bit on the sooner side. Some of the ensemble members want to take this in even later, push this to a daytime Thursday event, whereas we were previously forecasting based on a lot of our model data that this would be a Wednesday morning event. So on the plus side, it looks like Mother Nature has given us an extra 12 hours at the minimum to get our act together here in Central Florida, in particular on the west coast of Florida, allow our emergency management operators to help with evacuation efforts and so on and so forth. So this way we were able to adequately get folks out of harm's way. Now, really quick, what I'm going to try to do here is pull up what I have to share with you all in terms of satellite imagery and coverage. Let's see here. I want to find where it is. My desktop capture, that's not what I have on my desktop currently, so I'm not too sure why it's showing that. Let me see if I can mess around with it just a little bit and get that information up there for you guys. I want to show you one of my favorite satellite shots, the true color visible satellite. So bear with me 1 second while I pull that up for you. See, we'll transition back to links 2 really quick. Switch this over. Go back to our weather computer. There we go. All right, let me show you one of our internal models very quickly. So this here is going to be internal to New 6, and the reason I'm pulling this up is to once again reinforce just how much of an outlier the GFS, the American model is. And what we're looking at are going to be our tropical force winds. I know you're probably thinking that there should be storm in there, but when I say tropical, this is all encompassing, where your depression winds 35 to 39 mile an hour start, where your 40 to 70 mile an hour winds, and then your hurricane force winds begin to ramp up. So this is where we stand right now. This is Monday, pretty much real time. Monday at 8 a.m. I know we're getting close to 9 o'clock and so on. But regardless, this is going to be as real time as you can get. Notice what's happening here in the model as we go through this afternoon. This is what's interesting, and what I kind of touched on earlier with you all is this is our previous feature that was highlighted in the Western Caribbean, eventually was kind of blobbed on our National Hurricane Center area of interest chart, that yellow-orange shading that we're very familiar with here in Florida. That area of spin was our previous area of potential tropical activity. And you can see as it makes its way over the peninsula, it actually does try to start getting going off to the northeast of the Bahamas there. Not expected to develop. I'm fairly certain this is not really going to take on any tropical characteristics. It has been interesting to see what our models have done over the last couple of days in terms of trying to get this thing to get moving. Thankfully, it won't. It's not like we're going to have twin tropical cyclones on either side of us. This is Tuesday at 8 p.m. Stand by, getting a little update here. All right, got word from the team outside that we are going to have Chief Meteorologist Candace joining us at around 9:10. So that's going to be in about 15 minutes. She'll be taking over the stream with us so we can collaborate for everybody on the stream right now, so we can talk a little bit more about interior Florida impacts and digest some of all the updated information that we've received since we pretty much punched in this morning. It's been changing on the fly. That's why, if you haven't noticed, I'm not necessarily fully set up and streamlined, because things are changing as we speak. So this is Tuesday night. You can see Milton is off our southwest coast. The GFS at this point is expecting a much sharper turn towards the northeast as opposed to east-northeast. And if you watched, I promise this is totally separate of what the Euro model was showing a second ago. Right about there, just to the east-southeast or the west-southwest of Tampa, that last couple of frames there, I do believe that is going to be the most pivotal piece of this entire landfall forecast. And when we start to dial in not only the coastal but central Florida impacts with Milton as it makes its way into the peninsula, we're expecting a frontal boundary to be draped right over the Florida-Georgia state line, pretty much running parallel to the border of Georgia and Florida, west to east. This is that front that I was mentioning to you all earlier on the satellite image, and that is what's going to help to drive Milton more towards the east as opposed to northeast. I've been receiving a lot of questions on social media. Is this going to come towards the Big Bend? How far to the north is it going to go? St. Augustine, Jacksonville, etc. You all are definitely still going to feel the presence of a tropical cyclone. Don't disregard whatsoever. But just looking at the broad scale, the big picture weather pattern over the eastern United States, not just for Florida, not just for Georgia, the Gulf of Mexico, but looking at everything from the jet stream highest up in the atmosphere down to what's happening down at the surface where we are, this is not a typical steering pattern to allow a tropical storm, let alone a bold-faced hurricane like this, to drift further to the north. This will end up starting to shift more to the right, a la Charlie, a la Ian from back in the day. We will start to see that right turn, and I think that's where the GFS, the Euro, and other forecast models are a little bit up in arms about. When does that turn take place? It will likely happen. It will likely happen. We're pretty hard sold on that. So are our ensembles. So are all the computer models, the hurricane models, which I'd love to show you here in a moment. We are all pretty much sold that there will be a right jog that a lot of us are very familiar with towards the last second. Here's a look at our long range. This is a lower resolution so we can see further out. I had it zoomed into the state of Florida on that previous panel because it was a more higher res model. We can zoom down to your local area and more or less make a determination of what your wind speeds, what your impacts would look like. We're zoomed out once again, taking a look at where Milton is currently, because this is once again our internal model, but at a lower resolution, which basically means the grid boxes that the model will make when showing us different colors, different pieces, kind of like a video game, the pixels. If you were to zoom in real close on your phone, you'd see little boxes. Those are the pixels. This is a lower resolution, so it doesn't take up as much data. It's not as hard on the computer processor, and we can see from a greater scale, and that's why we're now back down to the Bay of Campeche. I want to show you what our internal model is thinking all in all in terms of what Milton's going to do in the short term. Because again, there are a lot of potential what we call fail modes with this system. It looks ominous, it looks menacing right now because of the rapid intensification that it has undergone since this time yesterday, but there are still options and possible solutions that can mitigate how strong this gets, especially on approach to Florida. So if I walk you through time, you can see that our internal model is thinking we're also going to take a very, very close pass to the Yucatan. We're going to squeeze right in between the corridor between the island to the north of the Yucatan and the actual border of the northern Yucatan coastline. This is a small storm, so it can pull this off. If we were looking at an Ian or a Helene or a Wilma or even a Beryl earlier this hurricane season, it might be a lot more detrimental to this system. So if it seems a little weird that it's so close to land and it's still not weakening, well, if we switch back over to the satellite really quick and you notice, remember this is a satellite shot. But we have to remember that the actual strongest winds with this storm are going to be right around where that center of circulation really is. And I'll zoom us in just a little bit. If I had to make a determination, right through here is where our actual core of the storm is. With satellite, you're getting a mixture of the actual authentic thunderstorms, but at the top here, looking at it from the top down, this is all cloud cover, and hurricanes are naturally blanketed by what's called CDO, cirrus dense overcast. Kind of like what we're waking up to outside right now. You see the overcast skies? That's masking where all of our core thunderstorms are rotating around the eye. So even if it were to pass just to the immediate north of the Yucatan, as long as that eye and its associated wall of strongest thunderstorms stays off the coast, this will continue to strengthen or at the very minimum hold on to the intensity that it has worked to achieve over the last 24 hours. Let's go ahead and wander on back to that model real quick, and I'll step you through just a little bit further. So expecting a close pass to the Yucatan, closer and closer to the Yucatan means you all down there. Not sure if I have anyone watching from Mexico. I know prior to with Beryl, with Helene, with other features down there, even Alberto and Chris from earlier in the season, we had some folks tuning in from down there. Their impacts are going to go up. We're going to see storm surge. We're going to see high winds, gusty winds, definitely in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour. Since this is a south and east side loaded system, that's your right front as it moves off towards the east. And then notice as we get beyond the next 24 hours, we're expecting a sharp turn. It's going to feel the effects of that trough driving our cold front at the surface down towards the south. And notice one thing that happens right there. Notice the difference in the storm structure between here and here. You see how that red shading? We're not looking closest to the storm. That there is the core, where you see those whites, the pinkishes, the violets, the tan colors. That is your core. That's what we were talking about moments ago. If that all stays offshore, the Yucatan is only going to do so much to help kind of wash this system down a little bit and tame it. Notice the red wind field, though, those tropical storm force winds begin to expand as it approaches Florida. At this point in time already, this is getting into very, very early morning hours of Wednesday. We're likely already feeling some strong gusty winds, anywhere between 25, maybe 40 miles an hour down through the Keys, the southern tip of Florida, the southwest corner from about Venice Beach, we'll say, down to the bottom where the Keys reside. We're already starting to get into those tropical storm level gusts because as this system is expected to approach, that front, the jet stream to the north of it, is going to provide us with a little bit of a safety net. It's not going to allow this system, hopefully, to continue strengthening on its final approach to landfall. So we are going to start to see it slowly. What's happening as that wind field expands, that means that the spin at the center is slowing down, literally, physically. It's like that figure skater analogy I'm sure you've heard your other meteorologists use. Milton pulls its arms in to spin faster and intensify and deepen its central pressure, but as it begins to weaken and feel the effects of non-tropical forces in our atmosphere, it's going to slowly unwind, slowly relax, and it's going to slow its internal speed down, quite literally. From spinning very fast, it's going to start to just slowly wind down. That's how these lose intensity, particularly over land. So as a result of that, it means we should start to see Milton weaken. See what's happening to the core here? See how that strong band of winds? I'll go back in time one more time to show you that comparison between here, tightly wound, ferocious little ball of energy. Then you fast forward as we're getting closer to landfall. Notice how that ball of energy is expanding. It's expanding, which means even though this looks a little scarier, look at the shape of the eye here, how it's all cockeyed, looks like a oval, almost like a croissant instead of an actual donut hole. As a result, this system is going to start to slowly transition from a bona fide intensifying tropical cyclone to slowly making that extratropical transition. Definitely not saying that this is going to transition to extratropical as it makes landfall. Definitely not. We will still be bracing for a major hurricane, but we're going to start to see that weakening, which means it's not going to just pull intensification right up until it makes landfall. And then right at landfall, straight into the Tampa St. Petersburg area, right in line with the Euro. This is a different model, but the Euro in our internal weather center computer here is thinking pretty much right in line with one another. The hurricane models are hardly to the north of this. It's the GFS that cranks this thing far to the north, and I just unfortunately don't see that happening. But there's still time. We've already seen a bit of a deviation in the track. It's moving a little bit closer to the Yucatan than a lot of our models were predicting. It's feeling the nudge down towards the south of that pressure trough to the north, kind of keeping it suppressed. But eventually those dynamics are going to change and they're going to mix out, and we're going to have to wait and see. There is probably still going to be wiggling and wobbling. These things don't move in a straight line. That's why we say, not only National Hurricane Center, but here at the Pinpoint Weather Team and any other weather source you may talk to, we don't want you to buy into that black and white line. It's not going to move perfectly in a straight line. Try drinking 10 of these, caffeinate like crazy, and then try to draw a straight line on a piece of paper. It's going to come out like this. And that's how these systems move. There's a ton of wobbling, a ton of weird maneuvers that they make. And that's why at the last second, it's critical to watch in real time to see precisely where the center is going to come ashore. And now, if I'm not mistaken, we should have Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos joining us any moment now. So I'll go ahead and kind of pause the stream for a second, and we'll give her a second to come on in and join us here momentarily. And then I'll go ahead and walk us through the hurricane models if I have time to do so before Governor DeSantis comes on and begins to talk to us. I believe at 9:30 is that schedule of events. And let's see, while I'm messing around, or while we're waiting for Candace to join us, let me go ahead and get myself prepped to show you all the hurricane models. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to go live and we're going to go talking to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. Will be joining us here in 1 second. And we are going to deep dive into what Milton has been doing this morning before we transition over to Mr. Ron DeSantis with an update from emergency management and what exactly the state of Florida is doing to prevent a very serious situation from unfolding along our west coast. We have the satellite loop looping once again, looking at that center of circulation. Definitely looks like we're starting to see a little bit more of an eastward jog as opposed to that east-southeast bias. We have to keep an eye on this over the next 3 to 6 hours, see exactly what we got going on. But with that being said, let's go ahead and bring Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos in.
Hi, David. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if David can hear me. Yes, no? Can you hear me?
I apologize. This is streaming executive producer Thomas Mates. I'm not sure what the technical difficulty is. David, can you hear Candace? I don't. David, can you hear me? I don't think he can. All right. Well, then, Candace, I'm going to say, why don't we let you take the reins for a moment while we get that sorted out?
Sure. I'm loving our weather center, that's for sure. All right. Hi, everybody. It's Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos here. Just got off air after doing an extended newscast because at the end of the day, this is something that we are certainly taking serious. It is Hurricane Milton. Right now, it has Category 3 strength, sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Now, this storm is going to be interacting with some upper level dynamics rather than getting into the nitty gritty. That's where Jonathan and David can really kind of deep dive here when it comes to what Milton is experiencing right now. But basically, what we're looking at is an area that the system is going to be rolling through over the next 12 to 24 hours that is going to allow it to rapidly intensify. And we've certainly seen that already. This morning at the 5 a.m. update, we had sustained winds increasing to 100 miles per hour. From that point on, hurricane hunters were in there. We had Air Force, we had NOAA, we have several entities within that storm trying to dissect and get as much information from the storm as possible, so that way we can really better assess and better understand what the overall semantics are of this storm to get a better idea and hone in on those computer models. So with that being said, let's first talk about storm timeline. Today and tomorrow, folks, is the time you need to be prepared. Normally, for the last several years, we've been talking about, will it miss us? Will it not miss us? That's not the case this time around. This storm is guaranteed to bring us local impacts with the potential of hurricane impacts here in Central Florida come late Wednesday and into Thursday. So what we need to do is making sure that we are completing our preps. These preps are things that we've been talking about at nausea at times each hurricane season on what you need to do. clickorlando.com/hurricane is our best way of giving you all the information that we can help allow you to get those supplies in place, right? So we're watching for the potential of flooding. So making sure that you have what you need in case you are living in an area that is more prone to flooding. We're talking about power outages. That is something that you need to prepare for, making sure that you and your family are safe, but also comfortable because power outages could last a bit. We saw that with Irma, we saw that with Ian, and we could certainly see that with Milton as well. Milton, by the way, between now and Tuesday will continue to strengthen. Category 4 strength will be likely. Now, the worst of the weather starts up come Wednesday morning already, with the landfall, though not expected until late Wednesday afternoon into the evening hours, with the worst of it even happening overnight into Thursday morning. So we're still talking about severe weather risk. It's going to stay very windy. Coastal concerns will still be in the forecast, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Looking here at the satellite imagery, this system is just primed and ready for rapid intensification. The eye has been steady. The overall setup of this storm in many ways is set up once again to rapidly intensify over the next several days. Basically, it's a little jet streak, a little pulse of that rides along the jet stream that's going to allow it to spin up even higher. Latest forecast as of the 9 a.m. advisory now has it as a Category 4 hurricane. That is something that is certainly just updated, just came in, so we are getting that information down. Winds now up to 150 miles per hour. So now we're talking about a storm that rapidly intensified now to a Category 4 hurricane, expected to still weaken slightly into a Category 3 as we head into Wednesday afternoon, approaching the west coast of Florida. This means that we are talking about from Gainesville south through West Palm Beach for potential landfall, or at least potential where the center of that storm will go, from Gainesville down to West Palm Beach. Central Florida, we are right there in the middle. We are in the center, which means that whether or not it goes north or south, the impacts will be felt here in Central Florida. The exact track will still be dependent on what we see. So that's certainly going to be playing hand in hand with that local forecast. Hurricane watches are in effect for Sumter as well as Polk County. That is going to be extended overall throughout the rest of the morning. But I do want to show you, this is the European model tied in with our National Hurricane Center forecast track. The timing is a little off, but what I'm really wanting to show you here is how much rain this system is packing towards the north of the system. So this is Wednesday at 7 p.m. Moisture already surging in ahead of Milton. But look at what happens when we stop the clock here by about 6 a.m. We're talking about hurricane force conditions here right over Central Florida, right? If we are really focusing on that line, which I always say not to, but in this case, for explanation purposes, look at all the rain. It's all on the northern side of the storm. This is going to be very top heavy with the rainfall. And that is concerning because if we do get what the European model is showing, there will be a lot of rain in a short amount of time for many parts of Central Florida. That dry air that's actually helping weaken the system before landfall is going to start to make its way in across our southern zones. So areas south of where that center is could actually stay on the drier side, even though technically it's the dirty side of the storm. It's a very rare storm. And I know meteorologists David and Jonathan are going to really deep dive more into how rare a storm like this is. But in the meantime, with that European model that I showed you, this is what the rainfall is tied along with that model. You can see between 5 to 12 inches of rainfall could be possible depending on where the system tracks. Again, if it tracks further south, we'll get more of the rain. If it tracks further north, we'll get more of the wind. So once again, impacts are going to be guaranteed here in Central Florida. Just what those impacts are will still have to be ironed out and kind of dialed in as we get a better understanding of it. So with that being said, rather than going county by county, I'm going to give you more like zones here. So Northwest counties, Hurricane Milton impacts include Marion, Lake and Sumter County. Strong winds, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be expected Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. That's the worst of the weather. Rainfall could be up to about 5 to 8 inches. Once again, I stress that these impacts will change and evolve as our forecast models do as well. Areas up and down the I-4 corridor. This is areas of Seminole, Orange, Osceola County. The spread will be there between 4 to 8 inches. Again, depending on where that center goes. If that center goes just north of Osceola, you might stay drier than your friends to the north, all depending on where the system actually lies. And then along our coastal communities, not only are we dealing with heavy amounts of rain that will also feed into the St. Johns River, which that on a separate case is still a big time concern. Wind gusts there will be upwards about 70 miles per hour. Storm surge, that's something that we're going to be talking about more down the road, especially as we start detailing and finalizing those forecast tracks, because where Milton exits off the coast of Florida will decide really where the storm surge will be. As of right now, we're talking 3 to 6 inches possible along our coastline and across some of our rivers and lagoons. So just do be aware of that. That storm surge is not completely out of the picture, even though this is a West Coast storm. So what we know, Hurricane Milton is intensifying. It is now a Category 4 hurricane. Locally, though, we are talking about impacts likely here in Central Florida as we head into Wednesday and Thursday. What we still don't know is the exact landfall location. We still don't know what those detailed, localized impacts are going to be. So I know you're going to ask, what is it going to be like in this county or in this town? We are giving you the best overall umbrella of what those impacts can be. But I don't want you to see these impacts today and assume that that's going to be the same impacts that we're going to be talking about tomorrow, because this will continue to kind of iron out. So I'm not sure. I don't know if David can hear me. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Candace.
Hi.
If you can hear me, hi
If
there.
you can hear me,
We're
clap
back
once.
in
That's what
business.
I do with my kids.
There we go.
There you
Clap
go.
once,
Okay.
clap on. I'm back.
Clap
We're
on.
back.
All right. Well, welcome to the team. First off, you're reserve, you were working, you were training, you were doing all that stuff during Helene. You were working from Virginia, doing all that stuff, and now you're here for what will be a pretty long week. So welcome to the team. We're so happy to have you. You're going to be just an awesome addition, especially on the digital world that Jonathan has created. So I don't know how much you've heard about me, but I'm going to let you kind of talk a little bit more, kind of getting into the nitty gritty, as I like to say, when it comes to the dynamics of what Milton is going under right now officially a Category 4 hurricane.
Absolutely. Thank you for passing that over, Candace, and thank you very much for the warm welcome. Warm indeed, more like a hot Passover, if you will, especially since we just dealt with Helene, gave West Florida, gave West Florida a black eye. The northern area of Florida, the Big Bend, has just been ravaged this hurricane season, unfortunately. And now it looks like it's our turn. Looks like Central Florida is going to be ground zero for Milton. I was just glancing over at the latest information from National Hurricane Center, and I think this is the first time in a long time where I actually felt myself kind of, whoa, like, wow.
Yeah.
This has escalated, folks. And if you were watching earlier before Candace joined us, I'd mentioned that this is a rapidly evolving situation. When we woke up this morning, both Candace and myself, we were sitting at around 80, 85 mile an hour winds, Cat 1. No big deal.
Right.
And we are now borderline Cat 5 at this point, and we've deepened another roughly 30 millibars in just the span of 3 to 6 hours, according to recon aircraft. So very volatile situation. I have the infrared satellite shot pulled up on my end. I'm staring right at it. That eye wall replacement cycle I brought you up to speed on has since concluded.
What source are you on? You're on Links 4?
I am on Links 4, yes. I'm not sure if we can pull that up, have us on the side, and have that infrared up. A phenomenal satellite shot, too. I hope we can get that pulled up here in a second. You can plain as day see that replacement cycle conclude.
And it is such textbook, David, on what we're talking about with this storm. This center, the eye has just been so steady over the last several loops and the last couple of frames of the satellite imagery. And it's just, there's nothing stopping it right now, and a lot of things helping it to intensify.
No, exactly. And it's got such a small core to it. Like I said at the very beginning of our News 6 stream, it's like someone copy and pasted Hurricane Charlie or even Hurricane Andrew down there in the southwest Gulf of Mexico. This is a tiny storm. That helps us a little bit when this does come into our neck of the woods. It's not going to be widespread, severe threats from Apalachicola, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, all the way down to Miami, Fort Lauderdale. No, the damage path, for all intents and purposes, is going to be a lot smaller. We will start to see this system broaden out some as it begins to fall under the influence of the jet, that shear, the dry air that's going to be in hot pursuit of this system up till landfall. Once that begins to work its way in there, we're going to start to see an expansion of that, but the worst impacts will still be right up against wherever that center of circulation goes. And it does look like, regardless of where you are in our Central Florida viewing area, you should be ready to rock and bracing for hurricane conditions throughout the day on Wednesday and even into a bit of an extension into early Thursday.
Yeah. And David, at the end of the day, for the last several years, it's been almost like are we in the cone? Were you not in the cone? It's that back and forth of, could we see just kind of the outskirts of it, kind of the outer bands of this system or that system? This is not the case. So no matter where that center goes of Milton by late Wednesday into Thursday, that center is still going to be close enough to us here in Central Florida. Whether it goes as far north as Gainesville or as far south as West Palm Beach, we are still going to be dealing with that. Now, it's an interesting system because it's so top heavy with how much rain it has. So a lot of the models that we've been looking over, David, is just showing that if this is more of a track further south of us, we're going to be stuck on the northern side of it, which is actually where the concern for flooding is really imminent. And the southern side, which is the dirty side, has the wind component to it. So I feel like it's almost like feast or famine of both threats, but there's still both threats there. So when you are watching us and you're preparing your home and your family for the potential of hurricane conditions, you need to be prepared for both at the end of the day. I'm not going to tell you this is all wind, no rain, or all wind or all rain, no wind. This is a double whammy with the system. And
hello, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is streaming executive producer Thomas Nates. We have Governor Ron DeSantis starting his press conference right now, so we're going to take that live. Thank you very much, Candace.
Good.
Yesterday, but probably by today, and it became a hurricane very quickly. And so not only is it a hurricane, it's already a major hurricane, and it's now a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. It is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida sometime between Wednesday evening or perhaps even very early on Thursday. This has gone slower than the projections were in terms of the how it's moving towards Florida. And if that continues, it's going to push back when landfall will happen. Of course, you can see impacts prior to the eye wall making landfall. We have made a pre-landfall declaration request to FEMA for support, and Kevin has been working with the administrator, and we anticipate positive approval on that. We have 51 counties in Florida currently under a state of emergency. The executive order that I signed over the weekend also orders all disaster debris management sites and landfills to be open 24/7 in the lead up to hurricane. Until it's safe, until it's no longer safe to do so. So we do have a Category 4 hurricane. It is currently located 745 miles southwest of Tampa. It has not moved terribly quickly, but that obviously could change going forward. Storm surge watch has been issued for the Florida Gulf Coast from mainland Monroe County northward to the Suwannee River, the Dixie-Levy County line. 8 to 12 feet peak storm surge is potential for northern Pinellas all the way down to Charlotte, including in Tampa Bay. 5 to 10 feet peak storm surge is possible from Yankeetown southward to the Pasco-Pinellas County line and from Englewood southward to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. Hurricane watches have been issued for portions of west central Florida and Florida's Nature Coast. Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along portions of the Florida Panhandle. Division of Emergency Management is busy facilitating hundreds of resource requests from communities as we prepare for the impacts. We've already sent major truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution sites after the storm. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We've deployed a flood barrier around a water pumping station in Bradenton, a fire station in Hillsborough, and more en route to the courthouse in Charlotte County, hospital in Kissimmee, master pump station in St. Pete, and a community resource center in Hernando County. We've also deployed generators to support special needs sheltering operations. And of course, Starlink Internet. All counties have access to that, and we're deploying more as needed. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida footprint, ready to support first responder operations. And as I previously noted, we've ramped up our support of debris removal. That's a 24/7 round-the-clock mission. The state of Florida is amassing significant amount of fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and we're staging it to be utilized as needed. These quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline are currently en route. I know there's different things that are being said, but all fuel continues to arrive at Florida ports. There has not been an interruption of that. I know people are going to fill up their gas tanks, which is a good thing. There's more lines than maybe that we're used to on some of these, but there has not been an interruption in fuel deliveries, and all the ports are checked in on that. Local officials and their vendors must continue debris removal efforts for those areas that are in the potential path of this storm. My executive order requires debris landfill and dump sites to remain open 24/7 to accept debris from Hurricane Helene. We need as much of this debris picked up as possible. This creates a safety hazard, and it also will increase the damage that Milton could do with flying debris. All local entities should comply with this order and work around the clock to accomplish this mission. We have deployed major assets to help, but yet, last night in Pinellas County, there were 300 vehicles. Some of them were state vehicles, but also a lot of private pickup trucks and vehicles who were bringing debris. That's helpful. They should be doing that, and yet one of the gates was locked. There was no one manning it. And so we had this massive line of cars waiting to drop off debris, which is a good thing. And so Florida Highway Patrol basically took matters into their own hands, fastened some rope to a couple pickup trucks to the gate and busted the gate open. And then those trucks were able to go in and unload the debris. We don't have time for bureaucracy and red tape. We have to get the job done. And the effort that Jared Perdue and Kevin's team have made in helping get the debris off and supplementing the local efforts has been incredible. We have noticed since the weekend and the order, you have seen some more vendors out there. I know City of St. Petersburg has been working hard to get the debris out, and that's a great thing. And they're working, I think, well. But these debris sites need to be open, and we're going to ensure that to be able to do. So just in the last 24 hours, the state has done almost 500 truckloads of debris, totaling 9,000 cubic yards. So that's just from the barrier islands in Pinellas County bringing to the debris landfills. We have over 200 state assets, dump trucks, other types of trucks and vehicles to be able to do. But keeping it 24/7 is important. We absolutely encourage private citizens to have the debris and bring it in. That's helping the mission. Can't get bogged down in bureaucracy on this. The debris mission is going to continue until it's no longer safe to do so. Clearly, we're going to be able to work all the way through today and probably all the way through tomorrow, given that the storm's likely not to make landfall till later on Wednesday, and that could even get pushed back even further. So we've made a big dent in this. I know folks on the ground locally in those barrier islands and places like Manatee and Pinellas have been working very hard. But let's get this done. Let's get as much of that debris removed as humanly possible, and let's work 24/7 to be able to do it. So we have right now, just in the debris mission, we have 800 National Guardsmen that are also deployed helping our state agencies. We currently have 5,000 Guardsmen that are mobilized for the response to this storm, and we have more than 3,000 additional Guardsmen who will be mobilized prior to landfall. The National Guard's also deploying heavy equipment to assist with debris removal, including Army and Air Force horizontal construction units, tactical high water vehicles, dump trucks, and front-end loaders. Linemen and power restoration resources are being marshaled in advance of the storm. This is a storm, the path of this storm that would hit the western part of the Florida Peninsula, then go all the way across the peninsula and exit in the Atlantic Ocean. That's going to impact a lot of different utilities. We've spoken to most of them, and they're working to get people here. If you look, we had Helene, and there were 2.4 million restorations, but 99.9% were back within a few days. There's still hundreds of thousands of people without power in some of these other states that got hit by Helene. So there are crews working there, but they're bringing people in from far and wide to be able to respond accordingly. This path of this storm, We don't know exactly how it's going to go. I know they say the eye is going to go here or here. That can move. When you're talking about 30, 40, 50 miles north or south, will make a huge difference in terms of who gets the worst surge, how much power is ended up taken out. And so we have no way of knowing how that's going to shake out. So the resources are being brought in, and the power restoration effort will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. Again, I made this point yesterday, but all of our assets that we had lent to assist in North Carolina are here in the state of Florida. We have a temporary base camp at Tropicana Field to support not just the debris operations, but any post-landfall first responding operations. So we have landfall. It's going to happen probably sometime later Wednesday, maybe early Thursday, and it could potentially speed up, and so maybe it'll be a little earlier than that. It could continue slowing. Maybe it'll be a little less, but there is going to be a landfall in the middle of this week. Monday morning, where we are today, you have time to execute your plan, but you got to do it now. There have been some evacuations that have been issued. There's going to be a flurry of them today. I know the counties are working on opening shelters. They typically will open the shelters after they have the evacuation go out, not before. So make sure that you're following the news coming out of your local county. But all these barrier islands, all these areas that would be susceptible to this storm surge that's up and down the west coast of Florida, you should assume that there's going to be some form of evacuations that are going to be issued by your local county officials. That is going to happen when you have the potential for storm surge of this magnitude. We also have a storm that's already very powerful. Now, the forecasts are that it's going to peak before it reaches landfall, and then weaken. It's still going to be a strong storm, but we don't know that that's necessarily going to happen. And so this is something that's going to be really, really significant one way or another. But you have time to be able to do this today. And again, you don't have to evacuate hundreds of miles. If you're in those barrier islands, if you're in areas that are susceptible to storm surge, you go to areas that are not susceptible to that. Every county has places within them where you can go to. Maybe it's a friend's house, maybe it's a hotel, maybe it's a shelter. We have the ability to withstand wind in Florida with most of our buildings, and nothing would be designated as a shelter if it couldn't withstand that. So that's an option, especially if you're not comfortable getting on the road and traveling a great distance. You don't have to do that. And you're going to see shelters open in all these counties. Kevin is working on supplementing that from the state if there's a need to have more, particularly in Central Florida. So we'll do that. But you have an opportunity today to do what you need to do to execute this plan. You have time today, but do it. But time is going to start running out very, very soon. We are effective at 10:30 a.m. We are suspending all tolls in western part of Central Florida into Central Florida, as well as Alligator Alley. People sometimes will say, where do you evacuate to? They just want to get out. They don't want to just stay local, and they want to get out. Well, I think that probably the easiest route would probably be to go north if you're in Central Florida, because the way the storm looks, it looks like it's going to have more of an impact on Central and Southern Florida. Most of these places in Tallahassee and Northern Florida likely aren't going to see as significant of impacts, but be that as it may, just understand that if they have a storm going into the greater Tampa Bay area now, it is possible that could shift further south. So if you do evacuate south, you may be ending up going to where you're going to have a lot of the storm anyways. We saw that with Hurricane Ian, so just be mindful of that. But again, you don't have to go hundreds of miles. That is not required. Any place that's going to be open as a shelter, Florida hotels that are built within the last however many 20, 30 years are all going to be able to withstand hurricane force winds. Sandbag locations are open in multiple counties in South and Central Florida. Check your county's EM page to find out where those locations are. You can find your county's emergency management page by going to floridadisaster.org/counties, floridadisaster.org/counties, and you have that local EM page. that will tell you about any local evacuation orders that are made. But know your zone, know where you are. You know, the bad thing about having a storm right on top is we have these logistical challenges. The one thing people have with Helene, they know if they got a lot of storm surge with Helene, very well may get even more with this storm. So don't mess with the storm surge and do what you need to do to keep yourself and your family safe. We're going to be continuing to work around the clock here at the Emergency Operations Center. We're doing all the things that we would normally do, but then obviously we have this debris removal mission that we've dived into to be able to help these local communities that have all this. It's going well, but we need to keep doing on that. Okay, Kevin Guthrie will come up and give an update.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for once again supporting the division, the State Emergency Response Team as we respond to Hurricane Milton. The State Emergency Response Team continues to work on more than 600 mission requests received from our counties. Residents should begin finalizing your disaster plans, and if your plan calls for you to evacuate, you should do so today. Many of the counties are going to issue their evacuation orders today. Some of them, for example, Pasco County, will start at 10 a.m. this morning. Others will be Pinellas County, I believe, at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and still others will have varying times. You may ask why the varying times. Each county's population is factored into that, so the clearance times is what they will be making those decisions based on. So those evacuation orders will be going out today. I would highly recommend, if anybody has the means to do so, you have the capability of going to a hotel, staying with friends and families, get on the road today, wherever that might be. There's hoteling in Orlando. If you are 100% going to need to be dependent on power and you have the means to do so, you may want to consider a Jacksonville. It's likely that Jacksonville will not experience any type of power outage. So if you've got to be guaranteed power and you have the financial means, you may want to consider something a little bit further away. However, for those that do not, shelters will be opening. We recommend that you start moving towards a shelter. Shelter capacity will be limited. You heard the governor say that we are going to work on supplemental sheltering. We have identified state buildings. We have identified vacant buildings across the entire footprint of Florida that we will be opening up additional shelters when school buildings and other shelters, traditional shelters, start to reach their capacity. Many of you may need to resupply your disaster supply kit. Again, that is a today thing. You need to be doing that today. If you get to a shelter, there will be food and water there. It will not be sit down eating. It will be shelf stable meals. It would be more of the type of material or food that you're used to seeing at a point of distribution, but we will have food and water. If you have access or functional needs and have not registered with the Florida Special Needs Registry, you need to do that this morning. They've already started, cities and counties have already started call downs of their special needs registry to ensure that those individuals have a ride to the closest special needs shelter. If you depend on medication or electricity to use your medical devices, your area is called to evacuate, you need to do so. You may lose power and there will be no way to use your medical devices. Make sure that's a part of your plan. The National Hurricane Center released new storm surge values as of 8 a.m. this morning. They issued a special advisory at 9 that the governor's already talked about, where the hurricane force winds are now Category 4. However, I'm going to draw your attention to something we did for you this morning. Everybody likes visuals. 5 feet and 10 feet. The ceiling in here is 10'8". We're talking about storm surge values higher than the ceiling. Please, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, you need to evacuate. If they have called for your evacuation order, I beg you, I implore you to evacuate. Drowning deaths due to storm surge are 100% preventable if you leave. We had situations where people died of drowning in Hurricane Ian. Had they just gone across the bridge from Estero Bay, Sanibel Island, and so on, just across the bridge to the first available shelter that had capacity, they'd still be alive today. Please remember that counties will call for these evacuation orders, and we will likely be seeing those today, as I've already mentioned. If you need to evacuate, we want you to evacuate out, not up. After I made the comment last night, my brother-in-law called me and said, in fact, for Hurricane Helene, we have 380 elevators that are not working in the greater Tampa Bay area. Elevators are going to go down. You're not going to be able to get down the elevators. If you are dependent on elevator usage versus stairs, you need to make that a part of your evacuation plan. If you cannot get down those stairs, you need to evacuate. Evacuate out, not up. You can visit floridadisaster.org/no to determine if you live in an evacuation zone. Your gas tank and electric vehicle only need to be halfway full. Get the gas, get as much as you need to get to where you're going. If you're in an evacuation zone, you need evacuation assistance, please call this number, 1-800-729-3413. That's 1-800-729-3413. That's for all residents. We have people there to answer your questions, and we can help you get out of your evacuation zone if you need additional assistance. The state has activated the State Assistance Information Line, also known as the SAIL line. If you need information, again, information only on resources. They cannot get you people, but if you need to ask a question, that is what the SAIL line is for. 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole waiting to help you out. Additional preparedness resources can be found at floridadisaster.org/updates. Make sure you follow us on X, Instagram, at FLSERT, and on Facebook at FDEM, as we are sharing updates in real time. Please make sure that you have a way to receive alerts. Make sure that you see all the additional information at your county emergency management agency at floridadisaster.org/counties. And again, thank you, Governor, for your continued support and partnership.
Thanks, Jared.
All right, thank you, Governor, and good morning. We have continued to respond to Hurricane Helene and also ramped up our efforts to prepare for Hurricane Milton. To date, FDOT has removed nearly 180,000 cubic yards of debris statewide, and as you heard from Governor DeSantis, we've taken the mission of removing as much as debris as possible before Milton makes landfall very serious. We've mobilized every available state asset and resource to do just this. It's been a partnership between FDOT, DEM, Florida Department of Agriculture, the National Guard, and the State Guard. We have a lot of people on the ground. We have a lot of equipment on the ground. We have continued to remove debris. It is really important that everybody understand we're in this thing together. As you heard from the governor, we saw a lot of private property owners bringing debris to landfills throughout the night last night. We highly encourage that. Every little bit of debris that gets removed counts and gets us to our goal and helps us fulfill that mission. We are calling on all of our local governments, local municipalities, and debris vendors and contractors. If you have available resources and available assets, please deploy those. Join us. Join state employees and our asset deployment of all of our equipment to remove debris in Pinellas, Manatee specifically, where they were hit hard by Helene. This is a very important mission. We're all in this together. We need everybody to mobilize their resources and assets. As you've heard from the governor, throughout the day yesterday, we moved a lot of debris. We're going to continue working until it's no longer safe to do so. And our goal, again, is to remove as much debris as we can possibly remove before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. As you heard from the governor, we are preparing to suspend tolls effective at 10:30 a.m. this morning for West Florida, Central Florida, and Alligator Alley to help facilitate those evacuations. We have seen people begin to leave already, which is a good thing. You need to leave early. If you're within those low-lying areas where storm surge could impact you, the earlier you leave, the better. It's going to help with traffic, it's going to help with evacuations, and it will make your trip a lot easier. We've seen increased volumes on I-75 and I-4. We're continuing to watch traffic live with our 10 regional traffic management centers across the state. They operate 24/7. We've increased the number and frequency of our Road Ranger Service Patrol and Motorist Aid to facilitate those evacuations. They do have the ability to aid motorists with fuel, water, and also remove stranded or idle vehicles out of the travelway. We've also prepared our shoulders for what we call emergency shoulder use. As volumes pick up and speeds lower for the interstate facilities, we then begin to implement what's known as emergency shoulder use, and we open up the shoulders of our interstates for live traffic. We do that when the speeds get down to around 40 miles per hour. We have a partnership with Florida Highway Patrol, and they go out there, the troopers go out there live, real time, and assist people in getting on the shoulder to help relieve congestion. We've used this in multiple storms. We used it for Hurricane Irma. We used it for Hurricane Ian. It was very successful, and so we're prepared and ready to do that as volumes continue to pick up. A lot of rain has already fallen across the state of Florida. The ground is saturated. More rain is anticipated to fall before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. So in terms of transportation, we are anticipating a vegetative debris event. We're ramping up our resources for cut and toss and clearing roads. We're preparing all of our drainage structures and drainage systems, cleaning those out. We encourage all of our local governments, our counties, local municipalities to do the same thing so that we can get roads back open as quickly as possible. We're watching very closely our bridges and low-lying roads in coastal areas, and also our bridges and low-lying roads around rivers, creeks, and streams inland with the amount of rainfall that's coming in. And we're going to be prepared to deploy damage assessment teams and effect emergency temporary repairs immediately after the storm passes through based on what we see and find. We're staging generators for traffic signal power. We're staging pumps for potential flooding, and we're going to be ready to roll and ready to respond as soon as Hurricane Milton passes through. We're committing every possible and available resource to respond to this storm. We've had over 2,000 FDOT employees actively responding to Hurricane Helene. They're going to continue working through Hurricane Milton. We are committed to getting the job done, and we're going to make sure it happens. If you need information on traffic, fl511.com is the place to get traffic information. It is updated live, real time by our traffic management centers. A lot of times during emergency preparedness and response, the third-party navigation apps sometimes don't have all of the accurate information. fl511.com is the place to get traffic information. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, so we're ramping up. We've been ramping up all weekend. We've got a massive amount of resources that are have been mobilized or continue to be mobilized, including this debris mission, which we think is critical. I would also just say this is a storm. When these hurricanes make landfall, they obviously will weaken some, but it's projected to leave the Florida Peninsula on the east coast of Florida still as a hurricane. So it isn't like this is going to be something where it hits as a hurricane and ends up more of just a tropical system by the time it leaves the state. It's going to remain a hurricane at some level all the way through exiting on the east coast of Florida. And again, we don't have a guaranteed track in terms of where this thing's going to make landfall. You're talking about 50 miles north, 50 miles south. That'll make a huge difference in terms of where you have the most significant impacts, and there's just no way to know right now where exactly that's going to be. And so that's why anybody on the west coast of Florida, you have the potential for major storm surge. And then if you are in the path of this on the interior part of Florida, you're going to get some strong winds. It isn't like it's just going to be a rainstorm. I mean, all the way until it exits the state, it's going to be powerful. So please take the appropriate precautions, listen to your local officials, and we'll get through this. We'll respond very quickly, but this does have the potential to have a lot of damage. Okay.
Governor, are you still anticipating this to be the largest evacuation since around 2017?
It's hard to know exactly. I mean, I think Irma, there was a lot of people that got on the road and then they had to go back and so it was a little bit different, I think, situation here. Here we know that if you are in an area on the Florida Peninsula on the west coast of the state that is vulnerable to storm surge, you're likely going to be under some type of an evacuation order. Certainly anywhere in that center part of the state, west central Florida, as you get down to Bradenton, Sarasota, Charlotte, Pasco, all those areas are going to have evacuation orders for sure. So it is going to be a significant number of people. We'll see exactly how that shakes out, but it's a major issue because of we have a storm that could hit in different spots. I mean, that's just the reality that we're dealing with. I mean, if we knew exactly where it was going to hit, you probably would evacuate fewer people, but we don't know that. And as we saw with Hurricane Ian, there was a thought a couple days before it was going to hit one place. It ended up hitting much further south. So in this storm, even though a lot of the models track it somewhere in that Sarasota, Bradenton, Tampa Bay area right now, and maybe that's what ends up happening, it potentially could hit further north. It potentially could hit further south. So just knowing that and knowing the range of storm surge that you're dealing with, you're going to see a lot of evacuation orders.
No deaths were reported in Taylor County with Helene. The sheriff says it was because everyone evacuated, those communities were level. Talk about the importance of people listening to those evacuation orders with this storm.
Well, Taylor County had more storm surge than even is being predicted for this storm at this point. I mean, you had 15, maybe even 20 feet in some of those areas. So you had homes that withstood Hurricane Idalia, which was hit as a Category 3. It was a 4 in the water, and then it hit as a 3. And survived it fine. And then on Helene, they were totally wiped off the map. And that's all because of the storm surge. It is the winds were more with Helene than with Idalia, but not so much more that a house could go fine and then get obliterated. It was the storm surge. And when you get away from the storm surge, then you're going to be able to most likely ride out the storm and be safe. You hide from the wind and you run from the water. You can find structures in Florida that can withstand, even if you're in the path of the storm, that can withstand the wind. There's a lot of things in Florida that are built to be able to withstand major hurricane force winds. But you just can't contend with storm surge that is 10, 15 feet of storm surge. I mean, Kevin showed, this is a little bit over 10 feet, this room. So that's a significant thing, and you're just not going to be able to beat Mother Nature. So I think the reason why they had no fatalities is because the people that were in those areas that got whacked by the storm surge did get out. Now, we always have, and in Helene, we had storm fatalities attributed to the storm from, a tree can fall somewhere, you can have a traffic accident, you can have all that. That's just more likely to happen in more populated areas, and it's very unfortunate. And so some of those things can kind of just be freak occurrences with that. But the one thing that people can control is if you are in an area that is vulnerable to this surge, if you get out of there, the chance of you being able to ride this out and returning home safely is very, very high. If you stay in there and you got 10 feet, you're really, really taking a risk with your life and your safety.
There's a good picture of a whole field of bucket trucks and line crews ready to go to put power up. We don't have that right now. It sounds like you said the private.
No, they're being mobilized now. I mean, you think.
How many do we have pulled together so far?
Well, they're working with the companies, but we've been talking with them over the weekend. They understand, and so if you look at the path of the storm, Tampa Bay, you got Tico, you got a lot of Duke, and then to the extent it goes south of Tampa Bay across, you pretty much have FPL. And so, these are major engines. We do have some municipals. We do have some co-ops as well, but, they did a lot with this. So that is happening. They are actively working to bring as many people in as possible. You're looking at probably not going to be able to do any restoration until Thursday morning would likely be as early as you're going to be able to do it, depending on, and it may even be later if the storm continues to move slower than anticipated. But they are all actively bringing people in, and I think you're going to continue to see more and more people brought into the state over the next few days.
Looking to bring line workers in from the western United States because there's so much committed to the Carolinas after Helene. Is there a problem with just finding enough line workers now to come in and do that work?
Well, they are bringing people from further away from Florida than traditionally, because we still have hundreds of thousands of people without power in other parts of the country, other parts of the Southeast. So you do have a lot of people that are working in those areas. That's just the reality. I mean, they're not going to likely bring in, take someone off a job that's there and bring them back until that job is finished. But I do know, and I spoke with FPL personally, they're committed to bringing people in from where they need to to be able to get the job done. But obviously it's more challenging to do that when you just had a hurricane that knocked out power for, I mean, you still have hundreds of thousands of folks in, I think, the Carolinas and Georgia, but certainly North Carolina that don't have power. Florida, we had a very rapid restoration, but that was not, I think, replicated in those states, and so you got a lot of people there. But if you got to bring them in from Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, all those places, they're going to do it. Obviously, we support the mutual aid from the emergency management perspective, and we'll continue to provide support for mutual aid. Pretty much all of our outfits at this point welcome the mutual aid. That wasn't true a few years ago. Now I think it is, and I think that there's a better posture overall for that. But you had a lot of power outages throughout the southeastern United States. That wasn't even 2 weeks ago. I mean, this hit Thursday 2 weeks ago. I mean, so this is that is ongoing. And honestly, I think people, been through these storms recently in Florida. The norm is that people are without power for 3 weeks, a month, 5 weeks. I mean, that's the norm in these hurricanes. I think our efforts to really front load this and go quickly and working with the utilities that's not the norm in terms of how these things are going. So the fact that you still have people there is not surprising to me at all. But I'm glad that the mission here was completed in record time. I know that's going to be helpful for those. And if we hadn't have pre-staged before Helene, you could be in a situation where you're having massive restoration efforts still ongoing in the state of Florida just for Helene. So fortunately, that is 99.9% of that was complete. And we're ready for the next one.
Flex you're anticipating on elections, given that today's the last day to register to vote, or anything like that, Chiefs?
Not in terms of voter registration. I mean, people can register today, and then that's that. There's nothing inhibiting you registering today. The storm has not hit yet. Now, after the storm, we will see what damage is there, and if I have to do a similar executive order that I did in Ian and that I did for Helene, we're happy to do it, but we're not going to change any registration deadline. You can register today, and there's no reason to open that up.
One of the things that happened in Hurricane Irma was Governor Scott at the time closed all public schools to have them open as shelters. Now, I don't know if you need to do all of them, but you anticipate closing schools in areas that may not be effective just to have them open as
So what we are going to, and Kevin can talk a little bit more about that, we already have places that are outside the path of the storm that have volunteered to provide sheltering. Some of that may be schools, some of that may be other things. And so you could see in the Panhandle, for example, you could see options for people that'll do. I think, and Kevin, do you want to address it? I mean, I think, Kevin, so you're going to see schools closure in the path of the storm for sure. And that's going to happen all through Central Florida and potentially Southern Florida, depending on the exact path. So all of those shelter operations will be going on the county level. And the thing about if you're in the Tampa Bay, Bradenton, Sarasota, wherever this thing is likely going to make landfall, you will have options within your county. You are not going to need to go. You can hunker down, but the further inland you go, there'd probably be less demand for sheltering from the residents of places like Orange or Seminole, just simply because if they're not in a flood zone or they're not a danger for rising waters, likely they live in homes that are going to be able to ride this out. Like, and if you're a mobile home park or something, that may be different. So I would anticipate there being more of a demand for sheltering on the coast. And then with Kevin's mission of, if there's an abandoned J.C. Penney, they're going to go in, they're going to give that an option, and that'll be local so that people don't have to drive very hard. So this is a contingency that they've had planned for a long time. So they've been working this for many days as soon as we saw that there was likely going to be a storm. So there'll be a lot of different options, but if there does need to be sheltering in other areas outside, I know there's already been counties that have raised their hand and say they want to do that.
I don't need to add anything to
Okay.
answer.
Yep.
There's miles and miles of debris along the side of the road in Pinellas County. How would you describe the potential danger if you're not able to get a lot of that out out of the way before the
So
storm?
the debris in Pinellas, well, I can tell you the danger is less than it would have been had we not mobilized all these state assets. We saw this as something, and in fact, Kevin and I have been saying we want to be helpful with debris in ways that we can be. Obviously, this is a local responsibility to pick up the stuff on the roads, and Kevin and I both really urged all the local governments, have those debris contracts ready. As soon as Helene passes, you got to go. And I think a lot of them did do that. But if you're looking at what we've done to have, what is it, 8,000 or 9,000 cubic, just cubic yards of debris that just our trucks have done, that's made a huge difference. And in fact, there's videos about all these dump trucks just moving through the Pinellas beaches, carrying all this stuff. They have escorts and all this. And so this was something that we recognized as a danger that could exacerbate the impacts of the storm. And think about it. If this storm bends, say, 60 miles south of the Tampa Bay area, that will do less damage than if it goes directly or a little north, just based on these storms would do. But it still can do damage. But just think about if there's additional damage from flying debris, you could end up having way worse damage than you otherwise would have because of that. So that's why we did it. That's why when we did the executive order, we said 24/7 debris pickup and being able to have these landfills be open. We did the executive order on Saturday, and what happened over the night? It was closed. So what did we do? We cut the locks and we let people bring the debris. Overnight yesterday, what did we have? We had hundreds of cars, not just state vehicles, not just private contractors. We had private citizens loading up their F-250s with debris to bring it. That's helping. That's a public service for them to do that. And the gate was closed and there was no one manning it. So we opened it and got it going. So the debris is something that 24/7, we need all hands on deck. We've made a huge dent in the debris, but there's a lot of it, and particularly Pinellas, Manatee, Barrier Islands, it is a hazard. And so that's why we need to go all day, all through the night, tomorrow as long as possible. I think you're probably going to be able to go all day on Tuesday, given that the storm's likely not going to get here in full till Wednesday evening, and maybe it'll continue to slow. Who knows? But as long as it's safe to do so, we need to be doing that. And this is a hazard. So I appreciate we have had, like the city of St. Petersburg, they had their contractors out there doing stuff. So a lot of private citizens have been working really hard on it, but no bureaucracy, no more red tape, no more excuses about this debris. We've got to get it off, and we got to work to do it. I'm confident that we have already mitigated some of the damage because of all the stuff that we've done. We have just from the state, over 200 trucks that are there hauling away debris, and they're doing that round the clock. Now, we're also going to be in a situation where we probably have more personnel than we do vehicles, and so one of the things they're doing, we got guardsmen with these things you can just roll down the sidewalk, and they're throwing in debris into that. So we're being very creative with it, but let's have all governments, local and county, on the west coast of Florida, get into this debris removal right now if you haven't done it full tilt, and let's run this all the way through to mitigate damage.
The debris removal, if the state, Director Guthrie's mentioned the state was monitoring this for about 2 weeks, the possibility of Milton, why supply those sources to North Carolina, to Tennessee, instead of starting that debris removal earlier?
Because when we have storms, people help the state of Florida. And you had people that were dying in the mountains there, and we're all Americans, and we step up and we do the right thing. None of the resources we did are debris removal. This is search and rescue. These are Chinook helicopters. These are things that have nothing to do with picking up debris. And oh, by the way, the debris, and we stressed this from before Helene, the debris is a local responsibility. That's why we apply when we do the declarations and we try to get FEMA assistance. A big part of that FEMA assistance is reimbursing for the debris removal for the local governments. That was true with Michael. That was true with Hurricane Ian. So there's not a relation between removing debris and conducting search and rescue. But we've had a lot of support over the years from other states. I'm sure there's states that are probably sending some help our way now in anticipation of Milton. And I haven't gotten a brief on that, but I'm almost positive that that's happening. And that's just what we do. When we've sent people to California, we've sent people to the heartland, we've sent people around the country just since I've been governor. You had a humanitarian disaster there. Fortunately, our search and rescues were very efficient. We had no demand for it, and our guys saved lives there. We have helped Floridians who were still there, but we helped a lot of North Carolinians who needed help and in some respects had been abandoned. So that was a successful mission. That was something that really made a difference. And I can tell you that all those assets are ready to go should we need that in the state of Florida. And hopefully we don't need a lot of rescues, but they will be ready to go if they need it.
Follow up to that, do you worry that our resources being out there will kind of hinder?
There's no resources up there. There's no resources up there at all. None. So, you can't do a search and rescue before the storm hits, right? So all those search and rescue folks, all the stuff, it's all back in the state of Florida. There has no impact on being able to respond to this in any way, shape, or form. I get, some people see how it, quite frankly, did not make the federal government look well to have Florida out there rescuing people before they had boots on the ground. And so I know it's kind of like a political thing for some. They want to try to act like we shouldn't have been helping. No, we did the right thing. We saved lives. We're happy to have done that, and we helped a really serious disaster. However, there's nobody there that people have been redeployed, and in reality, they would have been deactivated after Helene when the recovery efforts, search and rescue efforts were done anyways. So in some respects, it's easier just bring them back like we did than to have to remobilize, because there is a period of time if you remobilize somebody who's not on active orders, it just takes a little longer. So everybody's there, everybody's loaded, everybody's ready to go. And so any insinuation that somehow rescuing people and saving lives in North Carolina last week has any impact on what we're doing here now is 100% false.
Do you feel that the state has enough debris removal contractors on hand to clean up, I guess, now both Helene and also Milton?
Well, again, the debris removal is bottom up. Okay, these are city contracts. These are county contracts. The state, we will be helpful where we can be, but it is not the state's primary responsibility on debris removal. That's why what we're doing with this unprecedented effort to marshal all of our state resources, that's to supplement what is being done locally. It is not to displace it. And we are not going to be in a situation where the state of Florida is going to take over debris removal for the entire Florida peninsula. That is not going to work. That is not the way it's ever been done. So we've been able to flex and supplement. I mean, you're talking about assets and across a wide variety of agencies that this is not their primary mission, and yet they've been brought there to be able to get the debris off the streets. But it is not going to be the state, when this is over, that you're relieved of your responsibility from a local government perspective to do debris. So we obviously have this mission now to clear from coastal part of Tampa Bay and the Barrier Islands. There will likely be a lot of debris from this storm. I mean, let's hope it's as mild as possible, but this is a big one, and we're going to assume there's going to be a lot of debris. All those local governments, city, county, need to have debris contracts in place and need to activate those as soon as the storm passes and get the debris up. And that's not just true for the Barrier Islands. It's not just true for areas that may receive the landfall. You're going to have impacts that are going to be far more inland than certainly than Helene. I mean, Helene had relatively modest impacts inland because the storm was so far in the Gulf of Mexico, that on the Florida Peninsula I'm talking about, that the winds just didn't extend far enough. You're going to have hurricane winds, potentially Category 3, but certainly 1 or 2 all the way through the Florida Peninsula. And so there's going to be debris. You're going to have a lot. I mean, Jared and his team, they're going to help clear the roads. They're going to do all that. But just in terms of private communities, in terms of county streets and all this in city streets, you're going to have debris. So they have got to do that. And I think our effort to supplement is something that we're happy to do. We think it's making a difference. It is requiring a lot of resources to be brought to bear, but I think it will likely mitigate some of the damage that was going to be done. But no more bureaucracy. We should not have to pry open any more landfills. Let's have this open 24/7 until it's no longer safe to do so. Get as much debris off those streets as possible so that we can mitigate damage from this upcoming storm.
Have you had any sense, and maybe Director Guthrie wants to come to, of just hurricane fatigue from either just residents or workers, anybody that here we go again?
Well, in terms of the state EOC and our agencies, we don't have time to be fatigued. I mean, it's not easy. We had folks here thinking it may hit Tallahassee. They were overnight on the initial storm for Helene, and there were crazy hours being worked. We've had a lot of very swift response. People have been engaged on the Guard, National Guard, State Guard, all these other things. So our view is that this is just what we have to deal with. I mean, we know that in the state of Florida, particularly once you get into September and the beginning of October, like you just have a higher frequency of having major hurricanes. That's historically been the truth, and we're very mindful of that. We saw the one thing brewing and a couple weeks ago, and then it was like, well, it may not be anything, and then they said maybe rainstorms. So we were monitoring that the whole time. We knew that this could be something, but there was reports that it was likely going to be something that would not rival Helene, and then things change, and so you just have to react to that. And as soon as we saw that it was going to be more than just rain and a modest tropical system, we did the state of emergency. We got everyone going. Now, residents, I think it's frustrating. I think you go through and you get 3 feet, 4 feet of water in your home. You got to muck and gut. You got to do all this stuff. And I've seen really good efforts from the residents going through Anna Maria, going through Madeira, some of these places, compared to what they were 4 or 5 days before I was there to now. They have made a lot of progress. People have worked really hard, got a long way to go, but then to potentially have something hit again and cause even more damage, it hurts morale. It's not easy to do. But we've had Hurricane Helene hit in a place that had a major the year before, and had a minor hurricane a month before, and those folks up there in the Big Bend, they got hit multiple times. It's not easy. You just have to be resilient, and that's what they're doing. So on this one, I think the negative is that it's happened right on the heels. We're cleaning up damage. There could be more damage, but people saw, hey, this was a hurricane that was 100 miles off the Florida Peninsula when you're looking at places like Manatee and Pinellas and some of these, and yet we had really significant storm surge. So now you have now it's a Category 4. So it's already, Milton is already 10 miles per hour stronger than what Helene was at its peak. Now again, the meteorologists, they think it's going to weaken before it makes landfall, but you don't know that, and I think it's definitely going to strengthen more from the 150 over the next 24 hours. So we'll have to see. So I think the fact that they had just gone through that, probably people are like, I'm not messing with this. If I'm on one of those areas that can get whacked with the storm surge, I'm going to retreat inland. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to ride out the storm away from where we would have life-threatening surge, and then go back and see. And remember, in my executive order on Saturday, we make it clear that residents, the default is if residents are told to evacuate, and they do, when the storm passes, the default is they need to be able to get back to their homes as soon as possible. There are some extraordinary circumstances where it may not be safe, but we cannot just be keeping people out of their homes. I understand there's going to be damage, and you got to work through these things, but if you don't let people back into their homes quickly, that's going to make them less likely to want to evacuate in the first place. And so we've addressed that, and we'll make sure that we get you back into your homes as soon as it's possible to do so you have time to do that. So I think it's frustrating. I think people just wanted to be done with hurricane season. You know, I always tell people, I'm like, there's just a sense that once you get to October, people think somehow the summer's over, and that, you know, we've got, and really the first 2 weeks of October historically have seen major storms. I was like, you kind of got to get to the end of October. It's not the end of season, obviously, but for majors, it's a lot less likely to happen. And so here we are. So we knew that this was a possibility. But I do think you're going to see a lot of people, when they're given the information of the potential surge, I do think they're going to make the decision to leave and then to come back when the storm passes.
Hotel policy for people with pets, are they able to go to any hotel if it's an emergency, or do they still have to find pet-friendly hotels?
So and Kevin can correct me, but the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association has worked with the hotels in Florida to, when you have a Florida distress rate, to allow the pets to come. So there are distress rates. I saw Rosen Hotels had something out where, you know, relatively cheap for some of these, and, you know, Rosen's a good outfit. They got nice rooms. I think it's like, for a Florida resident fleeing hurricane zone, I think it's like $60 or something like that. I mean, it's affordable. And then the pets. And so that was not something we mandated, but it was something that the hotel and restaurant association work with their members to accommodate that. And you do got to take your pets. I mean, do not leave a dog on a barrier island with potential 10 feet of storm surge. That's just not going to work. All counties have at least one pet-friendly shelter. Of course, the hotels. And then if you're staying with friends and family, I mean, our expectation would be that they would want to be able to help the pets. And so please do what you need to do to protect your pets. Yes.
There are, and this might be a better question for the secretary or the director, but there are some people, at least down in our station in Tampa, saying that they're having trouble finding gas stations, or that when they do get there, the long lines, people are waiting more than an hour. I don't know if that's something you're tracking, and then what's the contingency plan in the event that there are these huge backups or fuel outages down in that area?
So I think that there are lines because people are doing the right thing and they're getting fuel, but there is no shortage of fuel at this time. The fuel is still coming in. The fuel is still being delivered to our ports. And, of course, we are right on hand now in the state. As I mentioned in my opening comments, we have 415,000 gallons of diesel. We have almost 390,000 gallons of gasoline, and we have an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline that are en route to the state of Florida. And so should that be needed, that fuel will be there. But fuel deliveries are still taking place. They will continue to take place throughout today. Jared or Kevin may correct, but I think they're planning on doing it tomorrow as well. And so we have fuel now in certain parts of the state. If you have a lot of people going, you may have lines, but that's not because fuel deliveries have stopped. Kevin, do you want to? Okay. Okay, we'll have an update later. Thanks.
This is streaming executive producer Thomas Mates. That was Governor Ron DeSantis speaking. We are going to take a quick break. Coming up after that, we are looking to see whether the Osceola emergency leaders will be holding their news conference. We'll be back in just a moment.
City Manager Mike Steigerwall from the City of Kissimmee, Mayor Nathan Blackwell from the City of St. Cloud, Dr. Mark Shandoff, Superintendent School District for Osceola County, and Sheriff Marcos Lopez. Thank you for all being here this morning. We are continuing to track the storm, but right now it appears that Osceola will have a significant impact from the storm. Yesterday, our Emergency Operations Center moved to a level 2 partial activation. We will move to a full activation tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. I want to continue to reassure our citizens that we are preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like people are taking this storm seriously. We're extremely grateful to hear this and want to encourage everyone to continue to prep for the safety of themselves, their family, and the businesses. For specific questions, our Citizens Information Center can be reached at 407-742-0000. For automatic updates, please text Alert Osceola, one word, to 888-7777. This line is open until 6 p.m. tonight and will begin 24-hour operations tomorrow at 8 a.m. A joint team from Osceola County, the City of Kissimmee, and the City of St. Cloud distributed more than 100,000 sandbags on Sunday. Sandbags are still available today until 6 p.m. and until supplies last at Osceola Heritage Park off of Shakrag Road in Kissimmee. We will also have a sandbag distribution set up at Celebration Athletic and Recreation Complex on Campus Street. We've already distributed 2,000 bags this morning, and we'll have 4,000 more sandbags that will be delivered to the site today. We'll distribute those bags and sand until that runs out as also. Residents will be allowed 25 sandbags per household and will need to bring their own shovel or filling tool. If you have any uncontaminated sandbags from the previous events here in the county, we strongly encourage you to reuse those bags at your homes. Currently, there are no evacuations in effect for Osceola County. However, residents who live in low-lying areas, flood-prone areas, and manufactured homes, partially with structural issues, should pay close attention to this forecast and close attention to our updates and be ready to evacuate if needed to act. We will open up several shelters starting throughout the county on Wednesday at 8 a.m. That's Wednesday at 8 a.m. for residents who need a safer place to ride out the storm. A complete list will be posted on Osceola.org and the county's social media channels. We will also provide this to the media gathered here today after this press conference. Additionally, information on trash collection will be provided on the site as well. A shelter for those with special needs will open at 3 p.m. on Tuesday at the Osceola Council on Aging at 700 Generation Point in Kissimmee. Shelters are there for who needs it, but if you have alternate safe place, we encourage people to use that, as the shelters are a place of last resort. If you have family and friends that you can stay with to ride out the storm, we encourage you to do that. Osceola's Public Works team is coordinating with local, state, and federal agencies, including Emergency Services and the South Florida Water Management District, to ensure a coordinated response as to the storm. The county has requested the gates on the lakes to be open to allow maximum discharge and ahead of the storm. Currently, all lakes and the upper Kissimmee chain of lakes are below regulation schedule, and discharge continues as we speak. County roads and bridges staff are ensuring drainage are clear and the roads are in good condition to handle heavy rain. Osceola County governments will be closed Wednesday and Thursday due to Hurricane Milton. Again, we want residents to be aware that this is the time to enact their preparedness plan now. Based on the storm's current forecast, we encourage people to be in place and have everything safety matters and taken care of by Tuesday evening. Please use this time as your last day of prep. Bring all items from outside your home that could become a projectile. Please check on your neighbors, especially those that are elderly that live near you, before and after the storm. Finally, we ask for all residents to stay off the roads all day Wednesday and partially going into Thursday as the track has changed a little bit. For your safety as we gather up to tropical force winds, we do not need people driving around and those wind speeds for their safety and for the safety of our first responders. With that, I will turn this over to the city manager, Mike Steigerwald from City of Kissimmee.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning, and thank you for your time this morning. Based on what you've been seeing on the news here the last few days, I don't think I need to tell you the seriousness of what we're facing here within the next few days. We're urging our residents to take this time that we have before Wednesday to prepare. As part of that preparations, we urge our residents, unless you have normal trash pickup today or tomorrow, please do not put debris out at the curb. We're not going to be able to get to everything that's put out at the curb in time to get it off the street before the storm hits on Wednesday. So if you have normal trash pickup today and tomorrow, that's fine. We'll get to you and we'll pick up those items before Wednesday. But everybody else, please keep that stuff contained within the property. Tie it down as best that you can and keep it out of harm's way. As I stated, we'll be doing normal trash pickup on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday, we will be canceling trash pickup. The city is in the process of mobilizing 150 of our personnel across various departments within various areas of the city. We have gone through all of our drainage structures. We have gone through all of our sensitive areas to ensure that we're prepared for the coming storm. We will also have these assets and personnel staged in critical locations throughout the city to ensure that our response is timely once the storm is over. We are actively preparing, and we encourage you to do the same. Please check on your neighbors, especially those who may need assistance with their storm preparations. As we closely monitor the potential impacts of Hurricane Milton, we have all in our departments have activated our emergency readiness plans and remain in constant communication with the Osceola County Emergency Operations Center, sharing critical updates and coordinating our response efforts. We encourage all of our city residents to visit www.kissimmee.gov/prepare for vital information on how to prepare your household. You can also check that page as well as our social media sites on various social media platforms to keep up to date on our preparations and any pertinent information that will be helpful to you. And as always, follow your local news sources for the latest weather updates. Also, Osceola County is prepared to accommodate residents that need shelter assistance on Wednesday, starting on Wednesday. We urge our residents to come together as a community, to share resources and information with your neighbors, and to look out for one another during this time. We will keep you informed before, during, and after the storm, and your safety is our number one priority, and we will ensure that you have access to the resources and information that you need. Thank you, and stay safe. And now I'd like to introduce from the City of St. Cloud, Mayor Nathan Blackwell.
Good morning. I'm Mayor Nathan Blackwell from the City of St. Cloud. Our city has been preparing all year round for the potential storms that this area often sees. Our city personnel has been working through the entire weekend to help ensure that we are ready for this storm and whatever impacts it may bring to our city and our residents. We want you to know that city offices will be closed Wednesday and Thursday, and there will be no solid waste connection on Wednesday, which is our normal day for that. We are working with Toho Water Authority and the South Florida Water Management District to prepare for this rainfall that we are expecting. And we are currently at 4 feet below the flood elevation on East Lake Toho, and so we have a good capacity for what may be coming. We have pumps that are already deployed at Lakefront and at Blackberry Creek, and a request has been made to allow us to lower the water levels in our lakefront ponds before this storm arrives. Some of our flood-prone areas may experience flooding, and we ask you to prepare for that. We urge residents to not drive through roads that are underwater and to stay away from flooded areas. City residents can go to the city website at stcloudflorida.gov, as well as city social media websites for updates. The city's ready to address whatever issues we may face during and after the storm, and we ask that you finalize your preparations and do it now. Don't take this for granted. Use common sense and stay safe. You're in our prayers. At this time, the superintendent of our school system, Mark Shanoff, will come and speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The school district continues to work with our emergency management partners, many of them up here on the dais with me, to make the best decision for our students and our staff members. At this time, we've made the decision to close our schools effective dismissal tomorrow, so no after-school activities with the exception of extended day in our elementary schools. So all after-school practices and activities with the exception of extended day in elementary schools are canceled. Wednesday we will be closed, and Thursday we will be closed as well. So we too are monitoring the storm. Obviously, when our schools are closed during a situation like a hurricane, we take a more supportive role. We then open up the schools that have been designated by emergency management as shelters, and then we will go ahead and support all of the efforts in those shelters relative to food service, relative to opening up whatever we need to open up to ensure that those that are seeking shelter, they have everything that they need, and emergency personnel have what they need when working in our shelters. So we have damage assessment crews that are activated through our maintenance department that will go out to the schools once it's safe. They will go out to the schools, they will take their damage assessment, they will bring that damage assessment back in. Our Chief Operating Officer, Scott Noble, and I will look at the damage assessments that are there and make any further determinations on whether or not schools are safe to open or remain closed any longer than Thursday. Those decisions, though, will not come until after we've been able to make those damage assessments. We urge everybody to stay safe. We know that the most precious resource that we have in this community are our children. We want to make sure that our students get a great education through tomorrow, and that our students are returned home safely to ride out this storm with their families. So thank you, everyone, for your support. All of our school closure information, all of the changes that may occur as a result of the weather as it relates to school closures will come through our official messaging, through our official social media platforms, but then also through phone messaging to our families, and also on our website, www.osceolaschools.net. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Sheriff Marcos Lopez.
All right, well, thank you, everyone, and just to let you know, we are ready for the storm. I've been in touch with people in Tallahassee, and they're actually going to be on standby to provide us additional resources if needed, additional high water rescue units if needed. You know, we're expecting rain and wind like they're saying, and just please stay indoors if you don't have to go outside, unless you have an absolute emergency. We're going to be working A and B shifts, and our dispatch communication center is going to be working extra hours, working closely with emergency management to make sure that you guys are safe at all times, and we're going to give you the most recent updated information. We do have our ERT unit was recently dispatched to Cedar Key and Yankee Town in response to the storm, and they're back. So we're here, full crew, ready to do what we have to do in case we get affected here in this area. So we're very well prepared, and our guys are very experienced. We've been dispatched the last few years to different areas in the county in preparation for storms. As of now, I haven't been advised of any curfews. If that changes, we'll let you know. Shelters was a concern. Sexual offenders and predators will be in a different shelter, so you don't have to worry about your family members or children not being safe or become a victim of a crime. We're going to have law enforcement presence 24 hours a day like normal, extra units out. Everybody that's in the courthouse will be out in the streets. Our SROs will be out in the streets. Every additional resource we have, our admin team will be out, and we're going to be working for you. Like I said, our ERT and community outreach people are right now at the distribution centers filling sandbags. If you're handicapped or if you need additional help, please go out there. We've got about 25, 30 people out there to help you out so we can speed up that process. Price gouging is also illegal and against the law. If you see anybody raising gas more than normal or water or any type of essentials, just call our non-emergency number at 407-348-2222, and we will handle it accordingly. And just remember, stay safe. If you don't have to be out on the roads, just stay home. And for any additional information, just keep monitoring our websites at OsceolaCountySheriff'sOffice.org, and we'll be updating it constantly to make sure you guys are up to date on what's going on. You want it in Spanish, I'm sure. Okay. So, are you going to do it all in Spanish too? Okay. I'll give you the short version because I'm sure they got more information. Nosotros vamos a estar trabajando 24 horas al día con nuestros equipos en la calle, manteniendo la seguridad del pueblo. Tenemos un equipo con mucha experiencia. Ya saben que en los últimos años atendiendo las tormentas aquí y hemos atendido las tormentas en nuestros condados. Recién activamos oficiales para ir a Cedar Key y a Yankee Town. Ahora regresaron. Y también estamos en los centros de distribuciones ayudando a la gente que necesitan ayuda, llenar los sacos de arena. Tengan paciencia, tengan calma. Tú sabes que vamos a estar aquí para hacer seguridad. Algunos hacían preguntas sobre los shelters. No se preocupen que los ofensores o los depredadores sexuales van a tener su hospedaje aparte para que tus niños estén seguros. Y también si tú ves a alguien que está subiendo el precio de la gasolina o las cosas que son esenciales, llámenos, que eso es ilegal, y vamos a responder y tomar la acción apropiada. También si necesitan información adicional pueden ir al website de nosotros, OsceolaCountySheriffs.org, y pueden asegurar que vamos a seguir manteniendo eso al día, trabajando junto con el centro de emergencia aquí en Osceola County. So, por favor, ten calma. Si no tienen que salir a las calles, no salgan, quédense en sus casas. Todavía no hay toque de queda, pero si hay, les vamos a avisar. Y también estoy trabajando con la Oficina de Gobierno de FSA. Nos van a proveer unidades oficiales por si hay que hacer rescate de alta agua o cositas así. So, cuídense mucho y gracias.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alibet Suarez. I'm the Communications Director for the City of Kissimmee, and I'll be covering this update in Spanish. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Alibet Suarez. Soy la directora en comunicaciones de la ciudad de Kissimmee y estaré haciendo la cobertura de los puntos más importantes de esta conferencia de prensa en español. De acuerdo al director de manejo de emergencias del condado Osceola, Bill Lynn, esta es nuestra primera rueda de prensa sobre el huracán Milton, que sigue fortaleciéndose y podría convertirse en un huracán importante cuando toque tierra en Florida. Están presentes aquí el administrador de la ciudad de Kissimmee, Mike Steigerwald, el alcalde de Nathan Blackwell de la ciudad de St. Cloud, el Dr. Mark Shanoff, superintendente del distrito escolar del condado Osceola, y el alguacil sheriff Marcos López de la oficina de alguaciles del condado Osceola. Gracias a todos por estar aquí esta mañana. Seguimos la trayectoria de la tormenta, pero a partir de ahora parece que el condado Osceola tendrá un impacto significativo de la tormenta. Ayer nuestro centro de operaciones de emergencia pasó a nivel de activación 2, activación parcial. Queremos mencionar a nuestros ciudadanos que nos estamos preparando para lo peor y esperando lo mejor. Por lo que oímos, parece que la gente está tomando en serio los preparativos para la tormenta. Nos complace enormemente oír esto y queremos animar a todo el mundo a que siga preparándose para su seguridad, las de su familia y las de sus negocios. Para preguntas específicas, nuestro Centro de Información al Ciudadano se puede llamar al 407-742-0000. Repito, 407-742-0000. Para actualizaciones automáticas, envíe un mensaje de texto que diga Alert Osceola, todo pegado en una sola palabra, al 888-777. Repito, 888-777. Un equipo conjunto del Condado Osceola, la ciudad de Kissimmee y la ciudad de St. Cloud distribuyó más de 102,000 sacos de arena el día domingo, ayer. Los sacos de arena siguen disponibles hoy hasta las 6 de la tarde en el Osceola Heritage Park en Shade Rock Road en Kissimmee. A los residentes se les permite 25 sacos de arena por hora y tendrán que traer su propia pala o herramienta de llenado. Si todavía usted tiene sacos de arena no contaminados de distribuciones anteriores a principio de este año, le recomendamos encarecidamente que por favor utilice esos sacos. Actualmente no hay evacuaciones vigentes en el condado Osceola. Sin embargo, los residentes que viven en zonas bajas o propensas a las inundaciones, por favor, o en casa con posibles problemas estructurales, deben tener un plan de evacuación listo. Vamos a abrir varios refugios en el condado a las 8 de la mañana, el miércoles 9 de octubre, para los residentes que necesiten un lugar más seguro para pasar la tormenta. La lista completa se publica en la página web osceola.org y las redes sociales del condado, así como la ciudad de Kissimmee y la ciudad de St. Cloud. También vamos a proporcionar una lista completa sobre cada uno de esos refugios y las personas también con necesidades médicas especiales, que se abrirá a las 3 de la tarde del martes, mañana, en el Osceola Council of Aging, en 700 Generation Point en Kissimmee. Los refugios están ahí para quien los necesite, pero si usted tiene una alternativa diferente, un lugar donde pueda pasar esto más seguro, le animamos a optar por esa opción y a utilizar los refugios como su último recurso. Asimismo, el equipo de obras públicas del condado Osceola está coordinando con las agencias locales y estatales, así como las federales, incluidos los servicios de emergencia y el Distrito de Gestión del Agua del Sur de Florida, para garantizar una respuesta coordinada a la tormenta. El condado ha solicitado que se abran las compuertas de los lagos para permitir la máxima descarga de toda el agua. En la actualidad, todos los lagos de la cadena superior de los lagos de Kissimmee están por debajo de lo reglamentario y las descargas aún continúan. El personal de carreteras y puentes del condado están asegurando que los sistemas de drenaje estén despejados y las carreteras estén en buenas condiciones para soportar fuertes lluvias. Como fue anunciado, las oficinas del gobierno del condado Osceola, la ciudad de Kissimmee, así como la ciudad de St. Cloud, están cerradas el día miércoles y jueves debido al huracán Milton. Todas las escuelas del condado Osceola también estarán cerradas el día miércoles 9 de octubre y el jueves 10 de octubre por el huracán Milton. Nos estamos preparando activamente y le animamos a usted a hacer lo mismo. Por favor, compruebe que sus vecinos están listos, especialmente aquellos que puedan necesitar ayuda con los preparativos para la tormenta. Una vez más, queremos que los residentes sean conscientes de que el momento de poner en práctica su plan de preparación para desastre es ahora mismo. Basado en el pronóstico actual de la trayectoria de la tormenta, animamos a la gente a estar en el lugar donde planean pasar la tormenta el martes por la noche. Utilice el día de hoy como su último día de preparación. Traiga todos los objetos del exterior de su casa que puedan convertirse en proyectiles. Por favor, compruebe que se encuentran sus vecinos en buen estado, especialmente los ancianos, antes y después de la tormenta. Por lo último, pedimos a todos los residentes a permanecer fuera de las carreteras durante todo el día miércoles para su seguridad, ya que se experimentarán fuertes vientos de tormenta tropical durante todo el día. Como saben, les mantendremos informados antes, durante y después de la tormenta. Su seguridad es nuestra prioridad y nos aseguraremos que tenga acceso a los recursos, así como a la información que usted necesite. Now, we will open up for questions. Abriremos para preguntas en este momento.
So on the Osceola County website, it says that each household will be allowed 25 sandbags. And when we were at the location, we were told a different amount. So if we could just clarify how many sandbags each household could have.
Yeah, the clarification is 25 that should be distributed.
Any chance that we're having people ask us whether there'll be an extension possibly into tomorrow with sandbags tomorrow morning? It's just kind of a question we're hearing. I know you're probably hearing that elsewhere as well.
Yeah, we discussed that this morning, and we're gonna, after today, that'll be the last day.
Gotcha.
Thanks for the question.
Maybe probably, this one would go to you just to follow up. So with as many resources from FEMA and other agencies, obviously in the west coast of Florida and other states, is there any concern at all that if we have a very severe hit here, that'll be challenging to get those resources here?
No, we coordinate, daily with the state. We've got resources already inbound with the state resources. Our teams with FEMA are already in the state EOC as well, so we've pre-positioned resources costly, even with the Lena most recently, so I feel comfortable with the afterwards.
Excellent, thanks.
Thank you, Keith.
Any other questions?
In Osceola County, specifically in the Good Samaritan Village area, I know it's a complex that's flooded twice already during Nicole and Ian. Does the county have any word on what specifically the cracks in that area?
Yes, currently we've been in daily discussions with Good Samaritan and their leadership. They're currently under flood stage there, so if that does have to evacuate, those plans would be activated by their leadership. But we're in good shape with the forecast currently looking at a 3 to 6 inches of rain. They'll be well below the action stage for that area.
Thank you. And then for shelters as well, is there capacity when we go on air to mention to them?
Not really capacity. We can work through those, and we've got also additional shelters. If we need to open up additional safe spaces in the next couple of days, we can.
Finally, the last 3 hurricanes, I know it's not necessarily hit the Central Florida area, it's gone through Big Bend. So I know, when it hits, a lot of people here in the areas like Orlando, Osceola, Orange, they haven't, I guess, experienced this in a while, given the last 3 hurricanes. I guess, what's your last message for them?
Really, do not let your guard down on this one. This is a unique one for us. We have not seen something like this since Charlie. Especially from a western approach. So we'll really take this action again today to really wrap up your plans and be prepared for your family to be in a safe place.
Also, is the county working with utilities companies in order to fix or bring more support in case of shortages?
Yes, yeah. So we can definitely, with the wind speeds that we're expecting, we can definitely expect power outages within the next several days after landfall. But we're in contacts, and our utility providers will be with us in the EOC with those plans for restorations as those dates move forward as well.
Time for one more if there's any more. Okay, that concludes the briefing.
That was Osceola County's Emergency Operations Center, and leaders there from Osceola County, including Sheriff Marcos Lopez, leaders from Kissimmee, St. Cloud, and other major cities within the county. Right now, we want to get a check on the roads and the traffic, and Trooper Steve is out on patrol. If you just give me one moment, I'll bring him up to speak with us. Room 11. Steve, I see you smiling there. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Running things solo today. Steve, can you hear me?
It's all good. All good.
All right, excellent. Steve, we as Osceola County just said there, people need to get their preparations done today, and that includes for their vehicle. Could you guide us through what people should be doing right now to get prepared ahead of the storm?
Thomas, I tell you, listening to all of these press conferences had definitely got me a little worried. So what we are looking at right now are some serious impacts, guys. I'm talking things that we have not seen in quite some time. So we're all doing a whole bunch of stuff at once, so I'm just getting all the programs rearranged here. But listen, you just heard that from emergency manager with Osceola County, Bill Linton, and you want to talk about an amazing individual. This guy definitely super focused, but he said something that I was just talking with the gas attendants here at the 7-Eleven in Point Siena. We have not seen something like this possibly since Hurricane Charlie, and it does make me a little apprehensive about everything because, over the past 15 years, storms have come close. We harp on it, prep, and then maybe lower impacts here in our Central Florida area. But this is not one that we need to be messing with. What we are going to see some major effects. So I am going to sound like the parrot that we have been listening to all day, but the good parrot. But I'm going to focus on the roadways. I'm going to focus right now on your vehicle specifically. You need to top your vehicles off. I say vehicles. Don't just worry about one particular vehicle at your house. If you have a vehicle, your wife has a vehicle, or your spouse, vice versa, whatever, even if your child has one, take a trip to the local gas station and top off those vehicles. There are still, especially if this one has it, other places have it. Grab the extra gas can. Average right now is about $20 for a 2-gallon tank. Just to have that. If you're not going to use it for the storm, believe me, if you're a homeowner, at some point you're going to need that gas. So I have about 20 gallons at this point, me personally, on reserve now at my home, prepared with my generator just in case. But you want to make sure that your vehicle equipment, you run a good once over on your car. Yes, we are pretty confident most of the time that our vehicle is running up to speed, but how often do you check your taillights? How often are you actually checking the headlights on your vehicle? And I could answer that. It is barely none. I can't tell you when the last time someone's like, yeah, I checked my taillights today. But this is that time to actually make sure the maintenance on your vehicle is good. Obviously, you're not putting your vehicle in for a big service today, but you want to make sure all your fluids are topped off, your tires are filled up. And then, of course, there are two different kits that I like to talk about. One, obviously, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and our entire meteorologist team have been talking about your hurricane home supply kit. But what about if you have to evacuate? At that point, your hurricane kit needs to go mobile, right? So you need about two different kits. One that you barely are going to touch, and something that you can just keep inside ready to go. Almost in the military and in law enforcement, we call it our go bag. So something that is just preset that you can grab, throw in the car, and you're out. So here in our Central Florida region, I will be assigned both South Orange and Osceola County with photojournalist Brewer over the next few days. So we are not obviously in a evacuation zone. But for those of us, you know, YouTube and social media is a strong messenger, and we're able to reach a lot of you guys. If you are in an evacuation zone, I haven't probably been this serious with you guys on a live stream ever, but I'm going to say this as clear as I can. If you are in an evacuation zone, you need to pack up and you need to get out. I don't care what you think. I don't care how you feel about this storm. If your local government has said you are in an evacuation zone, I need you to pack up and get out. Period. What do you need? The same things that you would need at home, I'm going to need you to do that in a mobile version for your vehicle. So in this case, I need you to pack up important documents, separate those and put them in a nice folder. Make sure all your vehicle paperwork is with you as well. What kind of paperwork are we taking with us? Insurance paperwork, life insurance, wills, important documents that are important to you that you cannot access electronically. Put that in a nice folder and in a safe place in your vehicle. Each person, have a little backpack with them for the kids. You want to have those snacks that each person has for them. And then, of course, you're going to ration that out if you've got to evacuate. If you are coming here to Central Florida to evacuate, this is probably the place you're coming. The governor has said there is no reason why someone needs to leave the state to evacuate because you're only causing more issues for yourself. So there are a lot of hotels that are now available here in Central Florida for you that are also pet friendly. If you're bringing your pet in the vehicle with you, don't forget about them. Make sure all your pet stuff is packed. You have a nice backpack for them. And then, of course, you have a destination. Okay? So often we start talking about, oh, I'm going to evacuate, but you don't know where you're going. Have a plan to where you are going and share that plan with somebody. All right? I have this weird, sick feeling about this storm, and I don't want to hype it up to anybody, but if you saw what Helene did to our coast, they are going to go through that again tenfold. in return, I have spoken to some of my friends this morning, and they're like, yeah, but it's only going to be a Cat 1 here. Guys, this is not the time to be thinking like this. At all. At all. It's the first time that I've had Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos pretty serious with me. This is not the time to be like, it's just a Cat 1. It's already intensified way faster than what it's supposed to be. All right? So it's already a Cat 4. It's going to be a strong Cat 4 before it trickles down. I am no meteorologist, but there could be a strong Cat 2 right on top of us in the next 2 days. That is a possible consideration that we need to start thinking about. All right? So if you're evacuating, you're taking important documents. Each person has a backpack, food for 3 to 4 days. Okay, snacks, non-perishables. All right? And I say 3 to 4 days, not the 7 days, because you should be evacuating to somewhere where you can get resources. All right? Another thing before, we're not going to drag this on. Another thing, if you are not leaving, you need to do whatever you can to put your vehicle inside of the garage. All right? This is going to protect the vehicle. If you cannot, and you have to leave it outside of your garage, I'm going to ask that you park your vehicle in a diagonal way up against the garage. You're not overly concerned at this point about your vehicle if you're leaving it outside. I'm not saying it's intentional, it's just the cards you were dealt. So you start to have to mitigate the damage of what you want, what you're willing to accept, and what you can prevent. All right? So if you have to leave your car out and you do have a driveway with a garage, you're going to park that vehicle sideways close enough to the garage door. You're doing this to protect the infrastructure of the garage at this point so that air doesn't knock that down. Because, guys, if you were watching our News 6 morning show, meteorologist Samara Kokinos, she did a story about talking about protecting the infrastructure of your garage. The second that garage door goes, there's a chance it's going to cause damage to within your garage, and you're going to have a problem there. What else? As we begin to hit the road, there's going to be a lot of people. Roadways are already getting really busy out here. There's going to be a lot of people doing exactly the same thing you are doing. There is no one special person out here, guys. Not one of you are more special than the other person. So checking that anxiety is super important. Understand, your neighbor's going to go through this. Your teachers, everybody. Cops, first responders that are out on the street, we are all about to experience this. If you are driving and you see a car, the people in that car are going to be influenced by this storm. So kindness. I'm not one of these like everything's going to be okay kind of guys, and you guys know that. But this is the time to flex a little bit on how good of a person you can be. Already this morning, I've been cut off twice. People with gestures and all sorts of things. Not the time. At our gas stations, get in line. Pick a pump and stay at that pump. All this driving around and trying to maneuver inside of vehicles, don't do it. Help your neighbors where you can. If you're done prepping, help someone else prep. And then the last thing I'm going to leave you with real quick before all these other press conferences get on and Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos gives us an update. Also, our new meteorologist David Nazario at the Weather Center constantly giving us updates, is when you are on the road and you are evacuating, if you are an evacuation route or you plan on leaving even this area, obey all traffic laws. And you do not ride the shoulder until you are instructed to do so. There's already some major buildups. I-4 Kirkman, I-495, Turnpike I-4, Turnpike 75. What was something that stuck out with that? These are all our big interchanges. You got to have some patience because everyone is doing the exact same thing you are doing. So listen, over the next couple of days, your entire News 6 team will be with you guys. I will be out today normal, And then tomorrow, you're going to have a full day of coverage with Results 1 throughout Osceola County. And then when the storm hits us, Results 1 will be assigned within our area, giving you live coverage of exactly what's taking place on the road. Please, if you do not need to drive, come tomorrow night, shelter in place, and leave it be. Leave it to us to put ourselves in certain places, because we have even rules that we have to follow to keep ourselves safe. But this is why we do what we do. And so you can see this and live another day and talk about it. It's not about to get out there, how many likes you can get. Likes can equal injuries in some of these storms, especially with some of the wind stuff. Guys, I'm in Point Siena now, and I can tell you from experience, I remember what this looked like during Hurricane Charlie. We didn't have power for 6 days down in this area. Now, it's been built up more, but what I'm telling you is we will see some catastrophic effects from this, and the ones that are out there going, it's going to be nothing, I'm telling you, you just need to be prepared. And at the end of the day, if nothing was to happen, if this was to hit our coast and just disappear, then at least you're prepared. I'm over hearing people, oh, well, I'm just going to, it's no big deal. There are people here who have never experienced a storm. We've seen over 40% increase in residential homes. This lady, all on her phone. How about we get off the phone? Or I'll put you on TV. Okay, I'll put you on TV. Here we go. We'll put her on TV since she wants to be all over the phone. Ah, you speed up. Distracted driving. She's got all her windows down, cruising, doesn't even have her headlights on. That's another thing. It's raining outside, meaning your headlights need to be on. I don't care if the sun is up. I don't care if you can see. There are these bigger vehicles out here, guys, that once all the debris starts kicking up, you are not able to see anything. So it's more or less for you to be seen rather than to see. Let's see if she's still on her phone this morning as we cruise. Yeah, look at this, all up on that phone. We're going to give her our first clown of hurricane coverage here, all up on it. Good job there, lady. Unbelievable. This is the problem, guys, and I'm starting to get a little frustrated, and you're probably going to hear it, and we're going to end this here soon. We had more crashes this morning than we did on a dry day, and yet we knew this storm was coming. Put your head on a swivel, put actual human function in the forefront of your brain, and pay attention. Because when something happens on the road, it's going to be your fault, period. So we got to do our best. Again, we're going to be covering this like crazy. We're going to be in it for you guys. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, and you want to know about something, reach out to us on our WKMG News 6 page on Facebook. We have an entire web team monitoring this stuff. Hit us up on our social media. I have all my devices fully charged to answer any questions. If you want to reach out to me directly, I will respond to you directly. But guys, this is the time to be prepared. Please be focused. Extra patience if you are on the road. I know it sounds cliche. Put them in your pocket, pack them up, and do what you got to do. This lady is unbelievable how horrible she's driving behind me. And you can't even see her because she's so close. And now I'll speed up. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. So guys, have a great day. Drive safely. Please don't be like this Kia driver here next to me because she's about to have a brain aneurysm because she can't do 70 in a 45. Unbelievable. You guys have a good one. Drive safe. Be prepared, and be kind. Have a good one, guys.
That was Trooper Stephen Montiero giving us all some sound advice as we get ready for Hurricane Milton as it heads towards the state. It's okay, Steve. Hey there, Steve. Just signing off for you. We're going to be turning things over to Meteorologist David Nazario. Thank you so much for your time, Steve.
I appreciate you, brother. David, take it away, man.
All right, hold on one second, David, and then I will bring you up. I just need to wrap up with Steve here real quick. Okay. David, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear. David Nazario, as Steve was talking, we just got the 11 o'clock update, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
We did, yes, and I'm actually glad we're turning it over now because we have some fairly pertinent information to pass along to us Central Floridians.
Yes, please, take it away.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for sticking with us. Once again, News 6 meteorologist David Nazario. I'm going to go ahead and switch the view for us here. I know you guys are seeing my looping satellite shot. We'll get to that here in a second. So what we have here is going to be our latest information from the Hurricane Center. Let's see if I can get this to switch on over 1 second. Thomas, can you still hear me?
I can, yes.
I don't seem to have control here of the actual viewing. I'm trying to get one of my panels over, and it's just stuck stagnant on that looping satellite shot.
Okay, stand by. I'll be right there to help you.
Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Sorry about that. A little quick technical difficulty. We've got a lot of information swamping the news desk, the weather desk as we speak. So we have the latest information right here for you, and I want to go ahead and zoom in on this. Milton is still under rapid intensification. It is rapidly intensifying out there, and it has still not exited the Bay of Campeche. You can see it down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. As of 11 o'clock this morning, central pressure is down to 933 millibars. It is going toe-to-toe with the likes of Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Charlie, some very infamous West Coast Florida landfalling hurricanes of the past, and it is still deepening. A phenomenal-looking storm on satellite. It is so compact, so tiny, it's actually fighting against the local environment that should be trying to put a damper on this. That's what we were hoping for. We were hoping that the dry air hot on its trail, the wind shear being provided by the jet stream, as Chief Meteorologist Candace mentioned earlier, would actually pump the brakes on this feature, but we are still seeing some fairly impressive bouts of intensifying and strengthening. Folks, if you have any questions in the chat as well, I do have that pulled up next to me, so feel free to fire away if you have any questions. I will go ahead and be turning over to the left-hand side and making sure I can see your questions and comments. So if you see me taking a look over and pausing for a brief second, to just understand that I'm reading the questions or any kind of comments to try to get you the answers that you all deserve. But the reason I have this pulled up first is not to necessarily gawk at the intensity of this hurricane. I want to show you something right here. So we're going to take this out in time. This is brand spanking new. And this is something that unfortunately we saw coming at this point, that we were likely to see Category 5 level intensity taken on by this storm, coming very close to the Yucatan, splitting the difference between the small group of islands, or the one island, I should say, to the immediate north of the peninsula, and scraping the coastline, literally grinding the coastline as it starts to make that transition from east-southeast to more easterly, and eventually that fateful turn towards the east-northeast up towards our viewing area. So this is as we go into tomorrow morning. Notice that the clock is stopped here at 8 a.m. Tuesday. So within a little under 24 hours, about 20 hours from now, I would honestly say pretty soon, honestly, truthfully, folks. Looking at the satellite, and I'll transition us over there in a second, this hurricane is going to go Cat 5, without a doubt. Thankfully, we will not receive it as a Category 5. I want to make that known, and I want to put as much energy into that statement right now. This feature will inevitably feel the forces in our atmosphere working to fight against it. We are not going to receive this system as a Category 5. There is always that 1% chance that Mother Nature does not play by the rules we try to put in place for her, but in this case, we are confident. We are about 95% confident, only a 5% chance that that confidence drops and fails. We are 95% confident that the forces working against this system to try to slow it down will take effect on its approach towards Central Florida. This is still not the meat and potatoes I want to get to. And as Trooper Steve wonderfully put earlier for everybody who was tuning in, notice that as we go further in time, I'll go ahead and scroll us on up. I don't have this looping. I want to step us through this together collectively. We're looking at a landfall on Wednesday night, somewhere in the late evening of Wednesday, I will hypothetically say between 6 p.m. to midnight. I know it says 8 p.m. on the track, but remember, that's Wednesday. We still have about 60 hours before we get to that point, give or take. Give or take some change on either end, if you round up, round down, however you want to do it back home. Wednesday evening is when we're expecting Milton to be knocking on our doorstep, West Florida, as a major hurricane. Notice National Hurricane Center has not nudged the forecast intensity at all. We're still sitting comfortably at 125 miles an hour. The reason I want to focus on this, number one, there could be some changes. National Hurricane Center tends to go a little on the conservative side, so I want you all mentally prepared to receive a hurricane that may be a couple miles an hour stronger than that. I also want to reiterate, this track is subject to deviate, either it be to the north or just to the south, but regardless, where you see the cone overhead, maybe a little bit smaller in width than that, we need to be ready for hurricane conditions, whatever that may look like. Low-end Category 1, 74, 80-mile-an-hour winds, banging on your windows, banging on your doors, all the way up to major hurricane conditions. You may not be familiar with my YouTube platform, my social media as an up-and-coming weather forecaster before taking the helm here at News 6, but I've always emphasized this is a bad angle. This is a rough angle. If you look at the geography of the Florida Peninsula at that, we'll say, cockeyed 75-degree angle, this system is essentially ripping perpendicular to the orientation of the Florida Peninsula. This is not like Ian, this is not like Charlie, where it's going to cross a tremendous amount of land until it's into the Four Corners counties. Sumter, Orange, Marion County, Seminole County, Osceola, Polk, Lake County, Hillsborough County in the direct line of fire, Pinellas County, vicinity counties to the north, to the south. It is a compact storm, so we have that working for us. The damage path will be fairly tight to where the center does pass. So in this case, I know it sounds like I'm going against the grain here, but we almost want to pay attention to where the center goes because it will be so tightly wound up as a compact hurricane beginning to unravel as it makes landfall and move across Central Florida. The wind field will start to expand, the impacts will start to expand, but the caveat to that is it will be weakening. It will be weakening. Creation Classroom, thank you so much for the quality comment in the chat. Y'all are so lucky to have Nazario. Great dude, great weatherman. I sincerely appreciate that. Hard at work for everybody. Do you think the system will develop a new eye wall before its north-northeast turn to Florida? An excellent question. I believe we saw it undergo a quick stint of a replacement cycle maybe 2 to 3 hours ago. So we have a little bit of time before this thing undergoes another ERC, especially as it moves just beyond the Yucatan Peninsula before making that full curvature towards the east-northeast. My last heavy hitter point before I transition away from this, and I'm going to zoom us back down again so you guys can see clearly. From landfall to off our coastline, Thursday, 8 a.m. Look at the timestamps here. That is a 12-hour window we will be spending with this system. I would say if I had to use a method called extrapolation, where I simply take where the storm is at one point and do careful point-and-click calculations or finger point-and-click, however you want to describe it, simply draw a straight line and use its forward speed to measure where it is it should be at a given point, we will likely see conditions going rapidly downhill for the Four Corners counties by about midnight to 2 a.m. This system's not going to be moving very fast, but it will definitely be moving at a steady click at approximately 12 to 16 miles an hour east-northeast. So it's not going to sit and dawdle over Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, Hillsborough County. It will be into the greater Polk and Sumter County area, and it'll be into Orange and Osceola County, and then eventually Seminole County very quickly, probably by about sunrise. And notice that Thursday at 8 a.m., they are projecting a 90-mile-an-hour hurricane off the coast. So again, using that fancy method that I just mentioned a second ago, extrapolation. You take a 125 sustained hurricane and you move it forward in time to about, we'll say, directly over top the Four Corners, Osceola, and you name it. We're probably still sitting underneath a 100 to 110 mile an hour hurricane. And as Trooper Steve was mentioning just a little bit ago, we have not seen anything like this since, I would argue, 2004. And even 2004, Charlie, ripping up like a saw blade from Punta Gorda up towards our viewing area, moved at a fast pace, but covered a lot more land. So it had a chance to weaken down to a Category 1 tropical storm as it was moving to the north of Orlando and up into the Sanford Oviedo area before exiting our coastline. This will likely still have with it occasional Cat 2 to Cat 3 impacts wherever the center decides to go. I need all of us watching right now to really digest that. This is unlike what we've seen in a very long time. And we need to be ready to rock and roll with this thing, because whether we like it or not, it is going to come straight into our area. This is not a North Florida situation. This is not a South Florida situation. We will likely be ground zero here at News 6. What are we getting in Ocala, Florida, as far as the winds and when? Laura Tracy, we're still a little ways out for that. Again, we got to dial this in. We got to let it take that turn towards the northeast. We got to see exactly what this system looks like during its encounter with the Yucatan and what it looks like as it begins to pull away and head towards our area. But Ocala, I would definitely recommend have a plan to receive hurricane force conditions, whether it be intermediate gusts or intermittent gusts, I should say, or high-end sustained tropical storm conditions. At the minimum, be prepared for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, for sure, up in Ocala. Is Orlando going to feel it super bad? More than likely. If you look at the track right here in front of us, and I'll zoom us in one more time, this has the center passing pretty much right over the heart of Central Florida, riding the I-4 corridor like we've seen other previous hurricanes do of the past. Good to see you here. Florida's flat. What's causing the weakening before going inland? Clayton Keeney, I love the dynamics question. Thank you so much for asking that. So we have a front up to the north. And with that being said, I'll go ahead and switch us over to my satellite shot. Let's go ahead and start talking models. So first and foremost, I want us to take a look at this hurricane. Very small, compact powerhouse of very immense wind, rain, and thunderstorms. It is a powerful storm. It is a tiny storm. If I were to zoom the satellite image here out and show you the broad perspective, notice there's a lot of upper level cloud cover with Milton. There's a lot of blow off, a lot of outflow. The strongest core of the storm is, we could probably fit 3 Miltons over the peninsula of Florida. That's feeling here down in Orlando. That is our cold front. That's high pressure seeping in like a lava flow from a volcano, coming up out of the northern central plains, moving through the Midwest, down through the Appalachians into our neck of the woods. And as a result, what's going to happen is it's going to pinch this system off and keep driving it towards the east-northeast like the projected path I had shown you. As it gets closer to that cold front, the cold front marks what is called a gradient, a transition from warm tropical conditions over Florida to cooler, drier conditions to the north brought on by the jet stream. That's called a gradient, a temperature gradient. It goes from hot, muggy, warm, what we're very familiar with, to, okay, this is starting to feel a little bit like fall. Tropical cyclones, they hate that stuff. They are barotropic. They are uniform. That's how they take on that perfectly circular shape. They're all just nothing but hot air and energy around all edges of it. And as they get closer to those gradients, it starts to disrupt the flow. Take, for instance, this can here that I have. If I were to sprint down the newsroom holding it like this, obviously, I'm probably not going to splash. It's not going to be a big issue. If I were to change the script and hold it like this, I'm even having trouble balancing it right now. If I try to sprint through the newsroom, this thing's going to come flying in my face. That's essentially like wind shear. We have to gently walk across the newsroom to stop this from spilling all over my uniform. The moment I start to increase my speed and it starts to shake around, that's like wind shear acting on a tropical cyclone, and they do not like that. They are very fragile systems. So even though Milton is rocking and rolling, it is ripping out there, cranking up to Category 5 intensity, any little nudge or shove from a cold front, from a jet stream, from a trough, you name it, is going to cause it to start falling apart, and it's going to have a lot of work to do to maintain its intensity. I hope that answers your question. So those dynamics are what's going to start to slow it down, because notice over Florida, we have a lot of really stretched out upper level clouds. That's an indication that that front is starting to settle down and that wind shear is going up. Let me go ahead and take a look at the comments. Don't have any new questions in there just yet. So I want to pull up here and I want to take you kind of through some of my forecast process. So I'm not sure, a lot of you probably go to other social media platforms. You go to X, the old Twitter, you go to YouTube, you go to Facebook, Instagram, you name it. There's a lot of social media out there, and there's a lot of weather sources, whether it be official or unofficial. So first and foremost, what I have pulled up here is the Hurricane Analysis Forecast System, the HAFS-A for short. Remember, we love acronyms in the military. We love acronyms in weather too. That's a real thing. And if you notice, the valid time is totally different up here in the left-hand corner. It says 18Z, October 6th. What does 18Z mean? That's universal time. It's the time across the planet, does not take into account the time zones or anything like that. That's why it's universal. If you can pull up a chart, whether it be a map, a weather chart, anything with universal time, it's all across the globe. It's constant. Wherever it is 18 Zulu, it could be 18Z here in Florida. It's going to be 18Z all the way across the world into the Middle East, into India, China, you name it, etc. That translates, if you look into the right-hand corner here, that translates to a local time. You just kind of have to do a little careful conversion. So this was yesterday afternoon's HAFS-A model run. And the reason I have this pulled up, even though it's old data, is as a meteorologist, you have to know how to follow the breadcrumbs correctly to paint an accurate picture for you, to create that weather story for the viewer. And so what I'm doing here and what I've been doing behind the scenes as we've gone through our emergency management briefings with Trooper Steve and as all the other things we've had pulled up on News 6 Click O, is I've been digesting model segment, model piece, model breadcrumb after breadcrumb. And it came to my attention and I realized yesterday's hurricane models were actually doing a better job with the track of this system than even the latest data is. If I show you over here, for instance, let's go to 6Z, the HAFS-A model. This is valid for first thing this morning. This is the latest information that we have from the computer models. And if you look here, notice that not only is the system much weaker, it's not verifying very well in terms of the intensity, but it has it pretty far to the north here. There's your 22-degree latitude line pretty much right across the center of the screen there, and the center is to the north of that. If I switch us back over to my handy-dandy satellite shot, notice we're moving due east at this point. We are paralleling that 22-degree latitude dashed line there, but it is to the south of it. So what that tells me is, okay, current model data has it too far to the north. Let me go back in time and see if there was a model run that maybe had the track initialized, stamped in a better position. So that's why I have us kind of rewound to an earlier model run. And if you notice as well, it looks like this model is actually handling the intensity a little bit better as well. Somewhat. We're still ahead of schedule regardless of how you cut it. So if you were to take this forward in time, this is 11 o'clock tonight. We're still comfortably chilling off the Yucatan coast. The Yucatan is barely getting scraped by the outer periphery, the southern edge of this saw blade. This is a textbook saw-like hurricane. You could almost make out the serrated edge here in the precip field. There's one there, one there, one there, one there, and so on. If you take it through time, as we go through the very early morning hours of tonight, that's when our hurricane models are projecting it to go down and then rip back towards the north. It's going to come back towards the northeast, feeling that trough and that tug from our frontal system to the north. And that's when it is still expected to intensify. Our internal models are showing this. I'll bring us back to our internal model as well. We are expecting another period of intensification before it finally starts to feel the effects of that shear. Notice how the southern edge of this system is completely gone. It's like it got vaporized thanks to that frontal boundary, that shear above it. Again, that's like if I were sprinting down the newsroom floor and my can just spilt all over me. I'm getting sheared apart. All that cloud, all the moisture, all the thunderstorms are just getting pulled apart because of the wind shear. This is still projecting a Cat 3 hurricane right into St. Petersburg, Clearwater, in line with our latest Hurricane Center track that we just got at 11 o'clock. Let me go back to our internal model and I'll step you through time as well so we can take a look at that. It's ebbing and flowing with our models, or I should say with the Hurricane Center models, pretty well. Do I have any new questions in the chat? Let me take a look. Mic input for Nazario sounds really low. I'm not too sure why. It looks like I'm pulling in, or I'm picking up audio pretty well, volume on my side of the stream pretty well. Audio is really low. Let me adjust the mic, get it right up underneath me real quick. What do you think is the damage Daytona Beach said expecting? Marianne, an excellent question, a concerning question. I don't want to answer that right now because we do still have about 48 to 60 hours ahead of us before we can really dial in exactly what's going to happen in Central Florida. Our models are confident. The track is fairly confident. We shouldn't see any dramatic shifts at this point, but there is always that room for error. Regardless, though, everybody in Central Florida, whether you're West Coast Central, Central itself, near the attractions, Orlando metro area, I-4, you name it, all the way to the East Coast, whether it be the Space Coast or the International Coast up there near Daytona International Speedway, we need to be prepared for hurricane conditions. And I've echoed this on my other social medias, on my other previous updates before coming into the newsroom today. When I say prepared, I'm not saying we're all going to realize Category 1, Category 2, etc. hurricane level conditions. I'm saying we need to be prepared for the worst case. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Stand by. I'm getting a quick message on my phone. I want to make sure that this isn't anybody. Yeah, there we go. It is folks out on the operations floor is what I'll call it. Let me go ahead and see here. How's that? Does that sound a little bit better? Folks on YouTube, if I can get a comment in the chat, please. How are we looking? I just turned up. I'm cranking the microphone volume now. It looks like the volume bars have gone up. I should be coming in loud and clear. Someone in the chat, please. We have a little over 200 people watching on the News 6 YouTube channel. Let me know if you can hear me coming in clear. Sugar, thank you very much. All right, perfect. There we go. Excellent. All right, we're ready to keep going through business. So here on the screen, I know it says surface wind speeds next 7 days. This is going to be our internal Barron model. It's kind of like the graph model or the other models you've probably seen from other news sources across Central Florida. This is our internal model provided specifically to us, and if you notice, it really does show that very close scrape to the Yucatan. Right there, in fact, I would argue it's verifying very well. It's running right parallel to that 22-degree north latitude direction before it slowly starts to jog towards the north. We see that period of intensification going on right there before the wind speeds start to expand out, and we start to see that system very heavily sheared. You can see very heavily sheared as it makes its way right into the Bay Area of Tampa, Florida. Right into the Bay Area. So you can see this is corroborated spectacularly by our HAFS A and B models. This is our internal model here at the newsroom to our pinpoint weather team. And it's corroborated by National Hurricane Center. And if you step it in time just a little bit further, right there, we have the center parked, just as I had said a little bit ago, right over Central Florida. Now, this system's going to be weakening. It's going to be feeling wind shear. So that's why I emphasize we got to be prepared for hurricane conditions. This system's going to be undergoing a transformation. Hear me out. I know that sounds a little sci-fi-ish, but rock with me. It's going to be switching from a barotropic, that uniform hot bubble of warm air and tropical moisture that it started as in the Gulf of Mexico, to a non-tropical low pressure. There's a difference. Because of that cold, dry air to the north and the jet stream above it, what it does is it modifies the center. It starts to transform it into what we would typically see up in the north, those mid-latitude cyclones with the fronts attached. You hear like the warm conveyor, the tornado risk, the wind shear, etc. Or our winter storms. These are exactly what produce our winter storms. So as that jet interaction begins to unfold over Florida and we get that cool, dry air to start wrapping into the system, that's what's going to change things a little bit. In fact, while I hold us here, let me go ahead and switch us back over in just a second to the HAFS model, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and zoom us out real quick so you can see. I love the fact that we can go between a couple of different perspectives here on the tidbits, tropical tidbits. It's a quick and easy source if I want to show you guys something without having to build a new graphic. That's why for those of you watching, I have a bit of an unorthodox kind of briefing for, speaking kind of, procedure here, I'm not going to stop the brief and just go into building a graphic for you all. So if you see me flipping back and forth between our models and extra or third-party sources, that's why. So notice, even as this system is going crazy in the Gulf of Mexico, look at all this dense, dry air to the north of it, all that dark shades of brown. There's that high pressure, the blue H, up there, up over Missouri, it looks like, southern Missouri, sinking down to the south. That's that indication that that cool, dry air from up in Canada is coming down over the eastern United States. That's what's helping to push and bully Milton. It's a small storm, so it will easily be bullied. Another reason why I do think it's going to turn east a little bit faster than the likes of what the American model, the GFS, is showing. But it's going to keep pushing this thing off towards the east. And notice, as we go through time, watch that dry air. See how it's getting pulled in on the backside of it? See how it's right in hot pursuit of it? Looks like we're already developing a way for that dry air to get right up into that core center. And then there we go. Already seeing it starting to stretch out. See how we go from a tight ball down here in the southern Gulf to a very stretched out system as we move over Florida. This will pay us dividends in a variety of ways. It's going to spare us from realizing a Cat 4, Cat 5 Milton, but it's also going to expand the wind field. It is likely going to increase the storm surge threat, the storm surge duration a little bit on our immediate west coast, and it could help to up our inland tornado chances just a little bit. We're going to have shear brought on by the storm itself, the rotation around Milton, producing those supercells. We're also going to have the jet increasing our upper level shear. And we know tornadoes love wind shear. Hurricanes don't, tornadoes do. And so this is going to be a strange amalgamation to watch unfold over Florida. So we also need to be prepared in the back of our minds. We have a hurricane coming for central Florida, but we also are going to have scattered, isolated instances of tornadoes as well. Power could definitely be a mess, for sure. Brian's Ramblings in the chat asked, power could be a real mess? Yes. We are expecting widespread power outages along the west and central portions of Florida. I'm down in Polk County personally. My power grid where I live in Polk County is, I'm just going to say, it's trash. It's going to go out. It's gone out in just 20, 30 mile an hour winds. People have run into telephone poles and it's been out for 6 to 8 hours. I can only imagine what's going to happen if these models and the track from National Hurricane Center verifies. So yes, that's another thing. You need to be prepared for persistent power outages. For my native Floridians out there, and Trooper Steve also brought this up, what this really eerily reminds us of is Charlie from 2004. In Charlie, I was in the Kissimmee area, and we were without power for 5 to almost 7 days because of all the extensive damage. Crews just couldn't even get to us. I'm not saying it's going to be that hellacious to where people are going to be isolated, but we need to be prepared for that possibility because this is going to be a very reminiscent system. It's going to be a very reminiscent storm, and it is coming right over us. You can look at the Barron model here, and you can see that center is plastered right on top of the Four Corners border there. Orange, Sumter, Polk, Osceola. We're all going to feel the wraparound effects of the core of Milton. One way, shape, or form. Jonathan Young, that's the questionable piece to this. That's why I say there is always that chance that this does exceed or deviate from expectations. We've already seen it, and that is why we need to be prepared for the worst and hoping for the best. For all we know, this thing can tread so close to the Yucatan, it accidentally shreds itself apart, and it does end up boiling down to a rainmaker for Central Florida. We're still going to receive some flooding, some high winds, but there is still a few different fail mode possibilities here to where this thing is not able to realize its full potential. Any recommendations for protecting campers? Stephen Lewis, that is a wonderful question, to tell you the truth. I would say my biggest recommendation, because I have no experience with campers, is stay tuned for weather updates from us here at News 6. Main reason I emphasize that, not to just plug us in or say, keep watching, but we're going to give you updates in terms of the wind speeds and the direction. So I'm a big proponent to, if you're sheltering in place in Central Florida or you are not in an evacuation zone closer to where this system makes landfall, watch the wind direction closely. And I will go ahead and modify the model a little bit. Let's go ahead and add an extra layer to the concoction. Add another layer of spice to the whole thing. Let me make sure I pull up our Barron model. Let's go to the wind velocity and add that to the screen. Make sure I have surface pulled up. There we go. So, for instance, I'm in Polk County. Let's go back in time just a little bit to landfall. So I know that my house, the front door, the garage door faces due south. My back sliding glass window, master bedroom, and the kitchen dining room window due north. So at this point in time, I would be more concerned about winds busting out the south side guest bedroom window of my house, maybe trying to push in on my garage door. So be very cognizant of the wind direction. Try to put your camper in the direction of the winds. If you can face the winds, you're going to have a lot less surface area head first into the winds than if that thing was turned sideways. And we know campers are like rectangles. So if you have that thing sideways paralleling the wind or perpendicular to the wind, it's going to have a lot greater chance of receiving damage, being hit by a projectile, as well as toppling over. God forbid the winds get that strong. Not saying, they are, but just rolling, kind of spitballing potential here. So definitely turn into the wind. It's an old rule of thumb for storm chasers, even when they're up against the tornadoes. They'll want to turn into the wind to face it, so this way their car doesn't start rocking and eventually flip over. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on a second. Thank you for bringing that up. See, I go into my long tirades and start discussing things, and I get carried away. I start nerding out for everybody. So let me go ahead and let the stream catch up. I know it's still showing the halves A, but I have the surface winds and the actual direction arrows pulled up. It should be populating any second. I know there's a little bit of a delay on YouTube. There we go. Perfect. All right, we are up and running. Naz, how long until we are no longer guessing and have an accurate understanding of the track and intensity? So that's probably going to be by tomorrow evening. I will safely say tomorrow evening. We will never exactly know precisely to the zip code, well, to the zip code maybe, but to the street level, we won't know until that last second when we're in nowcast zone. There is a difference. Forecast would be 8 hours plus. At least that's how we did it in the Air Force, to throw a little bit of military weather at you. We had two different phases. We had nowcast criteria, which is essentially the next 8 hours. It's either happening or will happen within the next 8 hours. That's nowcasting. Forecasting would be beyond that 8-hour threshold to however you want your forecast to run. Usually we did 30-hour forecast for a specific base, for a specific runway, for a specific asset. In this case, obviously, our forecast would be probably 12 hours and beyond. Nowcasts are probably within that 12-hour window before conditions start to go downhill just because of the size of these tropical cyclones, if I had to make my own criteria up. So, Brad, to answer your question, whatchamacallit, probably going to know at the last 24 hours, give or take, where this thing will likely be coming ashore, pending those last-second Geiger counter seismometer-style wobbles that these things are famous for. I wish these diagrams didn't have the name of the city in black. It's always right over my house. Well, you know what? I can go ahead and turn them off. Sometimes I'll go ahead and turn them off as well, just so that way I can get a clear view of the locations that were right over top. So let me go ahead and fade those out. There we go. We have a couple of them still on, but I can go ahead and zoom us down just a little bit more and show us exactly what we've got over our viewing area. And I'll step us back in time ever so slightly so we can encapsulate the landfall, at least the forecasted landfall here. So you can see across much of greater central and east Florida, we're going to have easterly winds as this system is coming in the back door. And then as you can see, moving up into Tampa Bay, once you fast forward the time here just a little bit more, our wind direction is going to rapidly change. Wherever that center goes, you're going to have rapidly shifting winds. So that's another thing for our RV folks out there. You're going to have to accommodate on the fly, more or less, as these wind directions change. You're going to have minutes, maybe, depending on the forward progress of this system. Sorry if I missed it, but are we looking at any storm surge on the East Coast? Absolutely. So again, I'll go ahead and zoom us out just a little bit. Keep the wind direction in this top-down view for everybody here in Central Florida. I'll zoom out even more. We don't want to leave anybody out. We're not isolating anybody. We're all in this together. We're all Floridians. So let's look at the big picture here across the state of Florida. So already at this point in time, I would definitely say Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Palm Bay, Daytona Beach, up towards the north of Melbourne, Cocoa, Patrick Space Force Base, you are likely going to start seeing what feels like a surge, high winds and rip currents beginning to blister up against the east coastline of the northern half of the peninsula. Notice down south, we're still looking at predominantly offshore flow. Notice the arrows here are driving either up the coast or off the coast. So storm surge is going to be a bit more of an issue up towards the northeast quadrant than it is the southeast, pending where it exits the coast. Pending where it exits. If it exits down towards the south, we're going to see more of east-northeast Florida receiving some storm surge on the backside of this system. If it rides more to the north and kind of runs a little bit more at a 45-degree angle from landfall, we're going to see a lot less of, say, Brevard, Volusia County realizing the storm surge. But right now, I would definitely say Volusia especially, maybe northern Brevard County, need to be prepared for some storm surge. Yes, and it looks like we accidentally had another typo. I'm not too sure. There's no, anyways, I digress. I'm not going to pay attention to that. Good question, though, brought to us by Brandon. So glad to see you on here. Can you talk power outages and if it'll be widespread and estimated length? Estimated length I cannot give to you. As a meteorologist, we forecast the weather. I cannot forecast our ground crews and the operators who will be tending to this situation as we go forward in time. Now, also remember that officials are not going to send their crews out during the storm. So if your power goes out back in 2004, our power in Kissimmee went out way before the storm was even on us. I think we still had a whopping 3-4 hours before the actual center was overhead. So we were 3 to 4 hours additionally without power. They're not going to send crews out until after everything has come to an end. So if you have power out during the first couple of hours of this storm, then you're probably going to have to give it at least 6, 8, 10, 12 hours before they can start working on restoration. But I would anticipate, and our graphics in-house here are predicting that especially west and central Florida, the west and western central counties are going to have widespread power outages. We could start to see them taper off a little bit as the system moves east-northeast. But regardless, we're going to be seeing strong winds everywhere. We're definitely going to have tropical storm conditions for everybody in our viewing area. We got to dial in exactly where it is that this system's going to come ashore and push across the peninsula for us to dial in those strong hurricane force conditions. And I'll bring us back to the chart here at the very beginning. Let me go ahead and pull up our forecast. There we go. Going to go forward in time. There we go. And the reason I'm bringing this up one more time and really taking us down is because I want you guys to understand the gravity behind this update. Not 100% set in stone yet. We have seen changes over the last 36 hours since this was designated as a depression. The general track has not shifted too much, but the intensity is still very much so up in the air. This was the same thing with Helene. When Jonathan and I were dual-hatting coverage, we'd emphasize to all of you guys that the track is pretty much locked in. It is going for the Big Bend. The intensity is the question still on the table, and that is very much so the same case here. If I were to show us the spaghetti plots for Milton right here, I'll go ahead and zoom us in before transferring the screen over. There we go. Let's go ahead and merge over. Here is our 12Z track guidance. And like I said, I'm bouncing back and forth from internal products to third party just so I don't have to sit there and try to build the graphic, pull things up on the fly. This way we can rapidly transition back and forth. Confidence in the track is there. Somewhere near Sarasota, Bradenton, Tampa, Clearwater. This is going to come on shore, and somewhere in Brevard, if not southern Volusia County, it's going to likely exit our coastline. And that's why National Hurricane Center is splitting the difference and going with the average. That's that gray line you can see on the chart. They're splitting the difference, taking the hurricane models into the equation, taking the global models into the equation, taking all their associated ensembles into the equation. They're just jamming it together into this graphic. So the track is just about sold, I would say anyways. I know there's others out there that will say things could change. I've been feeling Tampa area, maybe just to the south of Tampa, maybe as far north as Clearwater, Spring Hill maybe. I'm even losing confidence in as far north as Spring Hill. I'm thinking more towards Pinellas County will probably be our landfall site, if not just to the immediate south of that. and then it's going to jut across the state of Florida. There it is. I'm getting word in the chat right now. Breaking news. Let's go to National Hurricane Center real quick. See, I have that pulled up already as well. Let's go to the update, and there it is. We have Cat 5 Hurricane Milton on the playing field. Data from Air Force Reserve, the irony in there. Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Milton has strengthened to a Category 5 hurricane. We knew it was coming. Central pressure has fallen to 925 millibars. 925 millibars, everybody. And there it is. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go right on in, get up close and personal with Milton. That is the small, compact core of a very deadly major hurricane. Thankful, thankful, thankful. Counting our blessings, we are not going to be receiving it in this way, shape, or form. Jake, you just had the question answered to you. No, Nathaniel in the chat also says, not yet a Cat 5. We have winds of 160 miles an hour per the Hurricane Center right there, which means that the internal gusts in your strongest thunderstorms. Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries. They just pushed this. In fact, it's going live right now, 10:55 Central Time, which translates to 11:55 local. So there you have it. Let me see if it has popped up on our graphics here. Make sure I have this selected, and let's go ahead and turn on the latest information. Yep, there you have it. So let me go ahead and segue us back over to that. There you go. So max sustained winds now at 160 miles an hour, which means that we are still ahead of schedule. We are ahead of schedule with this system, because if you notice the track, I'm sure they were expecting this before 8 p.m., but it has us at max sustained winds at 165 miles an hour by this evening tonight after sunset. So this system is definitely setting the bar high. Next track will come for us at 5 p.m. unless they do a special advisory in between now and then. But for the meantime, we are sitting waiting for the latest forecast cone at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm not getting anything from the desk. All right, so it looks like we're going to be closing out on YouTube here in a moment, folks. So I'm glad that we managed to catch that update. And please stick with us at the Pinpoint Weather Team. We're all riding this out together. I had emphasized this on my YouTube channel, and we'll close out with some words of positivity. If you're tuning in from somewhere in Central Florida, if you are a native to Central Florida and you've ridden these storms out in the past, we're not new to this. This is definitely not new territory. We know what to expect. We know what's coming. We just have to be prepared for it. For those of you who may be new, hopefully you have friends, family, coworkers, neighbors who can help put your mind at ease in the face of a situation like this. We're definitely going to make sure that everything is all good to go, and we are going to be riding this out together here at News 6. So we will be in the battle zone alongside you guys as this carries on through. So don't think you are alone in this. You have people to lean on. You have officials and friends, family, supporters in your corner. We're all in the same corner here battling this out together. So with that being said, we will catch you guys very soon. We're going to go ahead and close out the stream on News 6, and we'll see you again very soon.
results in your neighborhood now at noon.
Now at noon, Hurricane Milton is officially a Category 5 storm. We have the latest information as it heads towards Florida. And people across the state preparing ahead of impact. Many stores already running low on supplies. Thanks for joining us. I'm Justin Wormuth, and we have team coverage for you on Milton, starting with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and the latest on this storm that's been rapidly intensifying. Candace.
Incredible. Right now, we are looking at a Category 5 hurricane right now when it comes to the sustained winds right now, sustained of 160 miles per hour. You can see how textbook this is when it comes to the overall structure, the symmetry, the center of that storm, the eye that has been holding so steady over the last couple of satellite runs here. So again, pressure continues to drop, already down to 925 millibars. With that being said, intensification was expected with the storm. It's just well ahead of schedule, which then after that, we're going to have to wait and see how the National Hurricane Center is going to be reacting when it comes to that forecast cone in the next run. So as of right now, this is the latest forecast cone as of 11 a.m. Hurricane hunters were in there. They were able to find it at the flight winds up 160 miles per hour. They sent that information back to the National Hurricane Center, which is why we do have that, again, middle ground advisory at 11:55 this morning. It's still expected to maintain Category 5 strength through Tuesday morning. Then we'll start to interact with a little bit of wind shear, a little bit of dry air, hoping to start weakening the system down to a Category 3 or 4, approaching the west coast of Florida by Wednesday evening as with sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Over Central Florida, we're talking possible Category 2 sustained winds across the area late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning, and then exiting out towards the Atlantic with sustained winds of 90 miles per hour. So with that being said, you can see the forecast cone has shrunk a bit as of the 5 a.m. advisory. Now with the 11 update, basically it's showing that we could have the center go as far south as Port St. Lucie or as far north as Jacksonville. A lot of the consensus, though, is really starting to hone down, unfortunately, across us here in Central Florida. A lot of the forecast cones really starting to group real tightly between Deltona and Palm Bay. That does include basically a big swath of Central Florida for the center of Hurricane Milton, which will be a hurricane as it crosses the state, going from a Category 3 to a Category 1 hurricane. Before we get into the squall lines and the actual impacts from Hurricane Milton, Central Florida is dealing with a lot of rain already. A little bit of a break in some parts of Central Florida. We pinpointing more the timing of today's rain. But standing by now, meteorologist Julie Broughton has more details on the timeline as well as some of those impacts. Julie.
Candace, it's nice to see a break in some of those showers because we still do have time to get prepared. If you haven't made those preparations, you have all day today and tomorrow to wrap up those preparations. Here's your timeline. So make sure by tomorrow evening you have all of your preps completed. We will continue to see more watches issued. Now, right now, all of us are under hurricane watch except for our coastal counties. Those will turn into warnings as we head through the day tomorrow and Wednesday. And by Wednesday, late in the day, the weather worsens, the winds pick up, and we will be looking at that potential of severe weather. Now, Thursday, the system begins to move out, but we are looking at impacts like tropical storm force wind gusts lingering, especially along the coast. And our coastal concerns do include storm surge because we will be talking about those winds coming in from the northeast, pushing all of that water toward our coastal areas. Now, here's a look at our watches. Again, hurricane watches are in place for all of our counties, with the exception of the coastal counties. Those watches and advisories are coming. Again, storm surge for the west coast could be 9 to 12 feet in some spots. We will be dealing with a storm surge on our coast as well. We'll talk about that and break down your county by county impacts for you, Justin, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Julie. And this morning, Governor Ron DeSantis was at the State Emergency Operations Center giving an update with other state officials on the state's plan ahead of Milton's landfall. The governor said the state has already made a pre-landfall request for hurricane assistance from FEMA, and he expects a positive response in the coming days. He added the state is mobilizing guardsmen, ramping up debris removal, and getting linemen in place for when power does go out during the storm. In the last 24 hours, the state has collected more than 500 truckloads of debris. The governor said while the state is doing all it can, people need to prepare for the storm now.
Monday morning, where we are today, you have time to execute your plan, but you got to do it now. There have been some evacuations that have been issued. There's going to be a flurry of them today.
And Governor DeSantis also encouraged Floridians to pay attention to those evacuations and know where your local shelter is located. People across Central Florida and the rest of the state have been rushing out to get supplies ahead of Milton. Many stores are out of essential items, including water especially. News 6's Ezzy Castro talked to a few shoppers and looks at what you should have on hand when a storm hits.
Have your food and have your flashlights, batteries, and phones, chargers, and everything like that.
Better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry.
Ronera Cornwall came to Publix in College Park to grab a few more things as she and her family prepared to ride out Hurricane Milton at home. How was it inside doing your shopping?
It was good for right now. It's slow, but you know, a lot of people might have to work this morning, but it's going to be like, you know, more quieter later. So maybe they'll have more stuff on the shelf later on.
This is cell phone video from inside showing just what was left on the shelves. Outside the parking lot, we spoke to John, who managed to get a case of Evian water for $16. So did you come here thinking that there were going to be stocked in there with water?
Well, I was hoping it was out yesterday.
Yeah.
But I got enough, but
yeah,
a little bit pricey.
Some of the main essentials you want to make sure you have is food and water, pet food, important medications, flashlights, emergency power sources, and copies of important documents.
Your disaster supply kit should have enough supplies to last each member of the household, including your pets, for at least 7 days.
In College Park, Ezzy Castro, getting results, News 6.
And for many, flooding is a major concern. Several counties across Central Florida opening sandbag operations ahead of the storm to help protect homes from flooding. In Brevard County, chain of lakes and other parks are open until 6 o'clock tonight with those sandbag locations. Flagler County also has some sites set up, including Bay Drive Park. They're giving out sandbags until sunset. We have posted an article on clickorlando.com with a county-by-county look at where you can find sandbags. And even though most of Central Florida made it through Helene, some areas still worried about the potential flooding from Milton's impacts. News 6's Emily McLeod is in Lake County, where they're making extra preparations ahead of the storm.
Pam, tell me how you're preparing for Hurricane Milton.
Just hunkering, tying stuff down, moving stuff, you know, make sure we got food, water, you know, because we flood back here.
Pam Russo is already preparing for her neighborhood to flood as a result of Hurricane Milton. Tell me what you're seeing so far today.
Yeah, it's already high. It's up to my seawall. So yeah, it's before it gets here, it'll probably be over my seawall already.
Russo says she has a full day of bringing things inside and moving her cars to an area that doesn't flood.
I have a little boat I go back and forth with, which I do. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah. So and then I'll get this car out here. So I put it outside the flood stage, you know, and that we could use it later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much just getting ready. Yeah.
Do you anticipate that you'll have to get your boat out for this storm?
Yes, I do.
Other people in Astor picked up sandbags. Are you concerned at all about flooding?
For my neighbors, yes. Me, I'm high and dry where I'm at on my lot. The past flooding hasn't got to me. It come up pretty close. Did a little damage to the seawall, and of course there's debris and stuff, but the threat of flood is possible.
For a list of sandbag sites in Lake County and throughout all of Central Florida, we've put a list inside this article on clickorlando.com. In Astor, Emily McLeod, getting results, News 6.
School districts have also made some announcements about closures ahead of Milton. Osceola has canceled classes for Wednesday. Marion and Brevard have announced they'll be closed both Wednesday and Thursday. Polk County announced school will be canceled Tuesday through Thursday. Lake closing schools Wednesday and Thursday. Same goes for Orange County. Same goes for Seminole County. We just got the latest updates from both of those districts. And we expect some other districts to announce closures throughout the day. We will keep you posted. Rollins College has canceled classes all week, including today. Students need to evacuate campus there by tomorrow afternoon. UCF, Stetson, and Valencia will all be closed starting tomorrow. Several other colleges have also announced closures. And as we've been telling you, some areas across Florida are used to that flooding when a major storm comes through. Coming up, we're going to talk to some homeowners who have seen that flooding about how they feel ahead of Milton. Candace.
And flooding certainly is going to be one of the bigger concerns when it comes to Hurricane Milton. As of the 11:55 update, Air Force hurricane hunters were in there finding a sustained winds of 160 miles per hour. The pressure is dropping at 9:25. This is a monster storm. Conditions will continue to deteriorate as we head into the next couple of days. We'll have more details on the timing and those county by county impacts.
You're watching News 6 at noon, getting results. We'll be right back.
The Florida Lottery makes fun games that do good for our state. It's good fun.
Welcome back. Deltona has seen some major flooding in recent years, and the city is even raising a portion of Elkham Boulevard to try and prevent it from happening in the future. News 6's Mark Lehman spoke with some homeowners about their concerns with Hurricane Milton on the way.
For the city of Deltona, there are a lot of areas of concern when it comes to Hurricane Milton, but perhaps none more than this spot here along Elkham Boulevard, right near this lake. The neighborhood nearby over here has had problems in the past with flooding, and now people who live here are worried about this storm's impact. You got some sandbags here. What other preps have you been doing to get ready for the storm?
I have a lot of water, for example. You know, I went crazy buying water and stuff like that. And we have a lot of dry goods.
Carlos Romero says he and his neighbors spent the weekend preparing for Hurricane Milton. Those along his street are especially worried after back-to-back hurricanes in 2022 flooded out the area for weeks.
It seems like it might be a repeat for the people in this part of the state.
It's enough of a problem that leaders in Deltona want to raise part of Elkham Boulevard at least 2 feet. It comes as the city has also been conducting a drainage study in areas around nearby lakes. Do you think raising the road would solve the issue?
Definitely. Definitely will temporarily fix that problem.
But the project is still in the planning process, and any changes are months, if not years away. With the possibility of flooding from Hurricane Milton, Romero says he's done everything he can to get ready and is hoping for the best.
We have to be thankful for all the things that happen to us that are good, and we just have to be prepared.
In Deltona, Mark Lehman, getting results, News 6.
All right, let's take you outside and give you a live look from the Launch Credit Union Port Cam at Port Canaveral. Over the last 24 hours, if not more, we have had some rain falling. Don't need that, especially considering we have Hurricane Milton on the way. A storm, Candace, that has just been rapidly intensifying just in the last couple of hours.
You know what, Justin, it's one of those things where every update you refresh from the National Hurricane Center's chat and more information comes down and it goes and intensifies and intensifies. The pressure keeps dropping. This system isn't even moving much. It is still crawling towards the east-southeast at only about 9 miles per hour. So this storm doesn't have a lot stopping it from weakening for the next day. All right, so we're talking about a Category 5 hurricane. Yes, this morning, if you woke up and you joined me at 5 a.m., it was a Category 2. It is now a Category 5. Hurricane hunters have been in there, several of them at a time at one point, clocking those winds, finding out that information. And the more information we get from those hurricane hunters, the better our modeling will be down the road. So let's show you some of that modeling right now. Forecast, again, is expecting it to maintain Category 5 strength at least until about Tuesday morning. Then in about this zone, as it passes the Yucatan Channel there, kind of over that loop current, we're going to start seeing a little bit of weakening. Gradual weakening, nothing to let your guard down about, but we are going to continue to see some of that wind shear and some of that dry air starting to filter in. We're still looking at landfall somewhere around west coast of Florida by about Wednesday evening with sustained winds of at least 125 miles per hour. As it moves over central Florida, we're going from a Category 3, Category 2 overhead to a Category 1. This is why we, of course, want to make sure we are detailing it county by county so you know what to expect. Standing by now with what you can expect with Hurricane Milton come Wednesday night into early Thursday morning is meteorologist Julie Broughton.
And Candace, one important thing to remember is because the state of Florida is not very wide, Milton isn't going to be able to weaken a whole lot as it tracks across central Florida. So your county by county impacts, we start you out with our northwest county, so that's Marion County, Sumter County, and Lake County. Your worst weather arrives Wednesday during the evening hours and hangs around until the first part of the day on Thursday. At times, we will see hurricane force winds sustained. So we're talking about 70 to 80 mile per hour sustained with higher gusts. We will see that isolated threat of tornadoes, and we are talking about on average 6 to 8 inches of rainfall, taking you into the I-4 corridor. So we're talking about Seminole County, Orange County, and Osceola County. Also, winds could be sustained 80 to 90 miles per hour. The worst of that weather arrives for us Wednesday evening as Milton moves across the peninsula, then taking you to the coast for our friends in Flagler County, Volusia County, and Brevard County. Also looking at 70 mile per hour winds at times. And also you could be dealing with a storm surge because remember, you're going to be on the backside of the system where you'll see winds out of the northeast piling all that water up along the coast, Candace, 3 to 6 feet. And already today, Candace, we are seeing some rain, but this is not because of Milton.
Yeah, it's all kind of elongated tropical moisture that we've been tracking since last week. Take a live look outside. Speaking of the coastline, already extremely rough surf. The beaches, obviously not an idea for the next couple of days. 77 degrees right now. The wind gusts already picking up at about 23 miles per hour. So this light constant rain is expected throughout the rest of your Monday and into Tuesday. Off and on rain. It's not the type of rain that you need to stay inside. There's not a lot of lightning expected with this. There's not a lot of instability. It's just that constant rain. So you can still get outside, get things done, prepare your home, prepare your property, and of course, prepare your family. As we enter Tuesday, it looks like we'll have a little bit of a lull Tuesday morning, possibly drying out just a touch as we head into your Tuesday. Final preparations need to be done by sundown on Tuesday. By 5 a.m. on Wednesday, we're going to start seeing the beginning of what squall lines Milton will be bringing. You can see packing already some heavy rain on top of 2 days, 3 days of that constant rain. So our grounds are extremely saturated. The threat for flooding, the threat for the strong winds, it is going to be a concern and something that we all here in Central Florida need to take seriously. The good news is we are starting to hear that a lot of people are doing what they need to do at the grocery stores, at the home improvement stores, and all of that. Now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for your Monday.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
Making sure you find your resource, whether it's on air, online, Just do be aware power outages will be likely across a big portion of Central Florida, so making sure you're charging up everything that you need so we can be prepared throughout the storm. Temperatures, though, are going to be staying pretty much near 80 degrees today, and you can see certainly a weather alert day on Wednesday and into Thursday, hence why many schools now officially closed for those 2 days, Justin.
All right, Candace, thank you so much. And another launch from the Space Coast this morning coming up. Why this one wasn't your run-of-the-mill liftoff.
The live News 6 Mount Dora camera is sponsored by the city of Mount Dora, someplace special.
Five, four, three, two, one. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff. Go Hera, go Falcon, go SpaceX.
A successful launch for SpaceX this morning as a Falcon 9 rocket went up from the Space Coast. This flight, though, had a bit of a twist. This one was carrying an asteroid defense system. That system is set to provide valuable data for future asteroid defense missions, according to SpaceX. We will be right back with an update on Hurricane Milton. Stay with us.
We're tracking Hurricane Milton, now a Category 5 storm. The last time we had a Category 5 hurricane, by the way, in the Gulf of Mexico was Hurricane Michael in 2018. We, of course, are going to have continuing updates on air, online, all throughout the entire
We'll be back at 2 o'clock, too,
That's
as
true.
well. We hope to see you then. Until then, have a great day.